The House Committee on Elections will now come to order, and clerk, please call the roll.
Chair Lovenberg.
Present.
Vice Chair Israel.
Here.
Representative Anderson. Representative Fallon.
Present.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Reynolds.
Present.
Representative Swanson.
Okay, quorum is present, and so we have a few bills we're actually going to hear today. So we're ready to rock and roll. Does anybody have anything to say before we begin?
It's a pleasure to be back, Madam Chair.
Oh, well, glad to have you, glad to have you. So, we are going to begin with House Bill 25, and the chair recognizes Representative Simpson to lay out his bill. Simmons, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. David would like that. So we remember David fondly. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 25. You know, those of you that have been around for a few sessions know this has been something that's been on my mind and on my heart. And the bill does really one simple thing. It eliminates one-punch voting. It does not eliminate straight ticket voting. You can absolutely continue to vote straight ticket. Just like we do in the primaries, we go down and we vote for every single person on the ballot, or maybe we skip one if we don't know either person. That's your choice. So it's not something that's unusual for voters. And what this bill does is in general elections, it eliminates one punch. All of you should have a handout in front of you. If you don't have that, the clerk should have passed those around. They're very important, in fact, highly crucial to my presentation. There you go. Yeah, if you can hand those out, I'd really appreciate it. And I'll wait till you get those to get started, because I'm just going to quickly go through this. I'm not going to take a lot of your valuable time. I know you've got several bills that you're going to hear today.
Wow, look at that. 40 states.
But I want to make sure everybody has this before we get started. There we go. Thank you very much for doing that. There we go. So, House Bill 25, if you'll flip to the first page, flip one page back. 40 states disallow one-punch voting. So we're only one of 10 states remaining. And in fact, there have been several states in the last few years that have eliminated one-punch voting, from Democrat states like Rhode Island to Republican states like West Virginia and other states like that. And you can see on this map here of the states that still. Now, Michigan has actually voted to outlaw it. It's held up in the court systems for a little bit, but Michigan has the legislature has voted to not allow one-punch voting. Here's the biggest challenge, I believe, with one-punch voting. That's the next page. Limited knowledge yields bad candidates, yields bad elected officials, and that yields bad government. What happens, ladies and gentlemen, is that the candidates that have the closest effect to our voters end up getting vetted the least a lot of times. Not every time, but a lot of times. And we need to make sure that the ones that are closest to our voters are vetted the most, not the least. Let's take a look at a couple of examples that have come about in the last few years. On the next page, you'll see North Carolina. This is a perfect example because it gives us two voting cycles to look at. North Carolina ended one-punch voting in 2013. And if you'll look down the left column there, we've got several offices: President of the United States, Governor, Insurance Commissioner, and Court of Appeals. And so what you can see is that under 2012, when one punch was allowed, there was a little over 4.5 million votes cast for President of the United States. Now, North Carolina was a little bit different in that you voted for president, then you voted. After that, you voted straight ticket, okay? You know what I'm saying? You had to select president, and you voted straight ticket. So governor, though the roll-off from president to governor was only 0.8% under straight ticket. Insurance commissioner, which is kind of the lowest level, nothing against insurance people, but the lowest level statewide elected office there.
Ron, I'm sorry to interrupt, and
That's fine.
Chair recognizes Rodney Anderson.
Yeah.
As president.
Good to see you, Representative Anderson. And so you can see the roll-off from the insurance commissioner to the governor was 3.9% under straight ticket voting. And then the funny thing in North Carolina is they used to have nonpartisan judges, and because they were nonpartisan, people would click the straight ticket and they'd forget about the judge races, and you see there was a 21% drop-off. Oh, wow. So a lot of people didn't vote in very important judge races. Now let's go over here to 2016 after they had removed the one-punch option. 4.7 million people voted, so certainly didn't hurt the initial turnout. In fact, a 5.2% increase over 2012. The governor's race, 4.7 million voted, only 0.6% drop off from president. So less than it was under straight ticket, where it was 0.8%. You see, you following me there? And then on the insurance commissioner, from governor down to insurance commissioner, only 3.6% drop off. Again, less than what it was under straight ticket. Now that really goes against what you hear a lot of people that are concerned about removing one-punch voting says. It says, well, we're going to have all these people that just go vote the top of the ticket and that's it. Well, the facts just don't show that. The facts are what the facts are. And then on the Court of Appeals, you can see once they had it in line with non-straight ticket and it was partisan, they picked up almost 1 million votes of people that voted in that. Now, I don't know how they voted, but 1 million more people participating is a good thing. Let's break it down, though, in North Carolina, because I hear this sometimes, by county. Large county in North Carolina is Mecklenburg County. That's where Charlotte is. That's kind of their hub. A lot of us have, Charlotte's been in the news on a lot of things where the Panthers are and all that. President of the United States in 2012, 448, 2016, 472, so you had about a 5% increase, just like statewide. The governor, 444,632 in 2012, only a 0.9% drop off from the president. Again, we had straight ticket. But look at insurance commissioner, 424,093, only a 4.7% drop off when you had straight ticket. And if you go over to when you didn't have straight ticket in 2016, it was the exact same drop-off amount. So people will vote down the ballot. If you give them a reason to vote down the ballot, they'll do it. Let's go down to state senate and state house. Now, because obviously these aren't statewide races, what we have to analyze here is what was the increase in voter turnout from one time to another, because that would indicate a fall off in the ballot if the voter turnout went down. Well, in state senate race, there was 99,000 voted in 2012, and these were contested races, okay? And the same one in 2016 in this particular Senate district, 103,000. So a 4.4% increase in voters. In some of we might think that it shouldn't be that way, but what happens is, again, you give people a reason to vote, they'll vote. State House was even more than that, a 7% increase of voters from when it was straight ticket to non-straight ticket. And you can see what happened in the judge scenario as well. So in a large county, we can see that disallowing one-punch voting is not damaging the citizenry. Now let's go look at a small county, Henderson County, out by Hendersonville. Lisa and I have a place not too far from here that we like to go to some in the summer, so I'm very familiar with Henderson County. 52,000 people voted in 2012 for the president race. 58,000, a 12.1% increase, voted in 2016. Well, let's see what happened when we got down to the governor's race. 11.3% increase and only 1.2% drop off with straight ticket and 1.8% drop off with non-straight ticket. You go down to the insurance commissioner, they had about a 3% drop off in 2012, about a 4% drop off in 2016. So very, very close. And the state house race actually had about 10% more voters turn out. Now look down at the sheriff's race, because they actually ended straight ticket in 2013 and the sheriffs were running off year. So in 2010, there were just under 35,000 that voted for the sheriff. In 2014, and the sheriff was pretty much at the bottom of the ballot, right? They had over 35,000 vote. So again, an increase when you did not have straight ticket. A couple more quickly to look at. West Virginia, just a little bit different state, and this is just a statewide look. They ended it in 2015, so 2016 was their first cycle not to have it. A lot of people say, well, there'd be so much confusion, nobody will show up to vote. Well, West Virginia proved that that's not correct, because 6.4% more people turned out to vote for president, 7.4% turned out to vote for governor. Look at that. Not only did you not have any drop off on straight ticket when you got to the governor, in fact, there were more people that voted for the governor than the president in this particular state. Attorney General under straight ticket, you had a drop off of 4%. Without straight ticket, a drop off of 2.6%. So just the opposite of what you'll hear people saying, or they're afraid will happen. People vote down the ballot. And if you look at the increases in voters in the more local seats, you can see that increases in voter participation was between 5 and 10%. Now, Rhode Island. Rhode Island is a more Democrat state. West Virginia is kind of mixed, as is North Carolina. They've got a little bit of an unusual ballot, so I had to make sure that things were apples to apples. They had the president, they didn't have a governor's race or any of the others. They had the presidential race, which turned out about a 4% increase. Then, oddly enough, in both years, they had veterans housing bonds. And I wanted to see if people just went away and didn't vote for the bonds, but you can see there's about an 8% increase. And then a state house race at the bottom, a 20% increase in voter participation in the same state house contested race from 2012 to 2016. Now, something that we don't think about often as I wrap up here is ballot initiatives. You know, we have those constitutional amendments often. We had, I guess last time we had 7 of them, right? There was, or at least 7 of them. And we had 1 or 2 the time before that. In 2014, when Governor Abbott and Senator Davis ran against each other, 4.7 million people voted in that race. And the constitutional amendment, Proposition 1, that dealt with road funding, just a little over 4 million voted in that. That was a 17% drop-off when we had straight ticket voting. Now, the reason for that is because people voted one punch and they didn't even look to see if there was anything else at the bottom of
And
the
it
ballot.
wouldn't affect that. That was left blank.
Just left blank. That's
Right.
right. Now look in Georgia. Georgia got rid of their straight ticket voting about 10 years ago, and they had the same situation we did in 2014. They had a governor's race. Jimmy Carter's grandson was running for governor. It was pretty highly contested. And they also had a constitutional amendment about road funding, oddly enough. And look at their drop-off. Look at their ballot roll-off. Because they didn't have straight ticket, they only had a 2.56% roll-off. Now, you tell me which is better government. That's better government when people take a look at that. The question that I'll leave you with, should we have a system that elects officials with the most direct impact on citizens that often are the least vetted by our election process? My answer to that is no. And Madam Chair, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have. I know we have some witnesses here and also have a resource witness from the Secretary of State's office.
Okay, members, any questions?
Just a
Alan.
couple, and thank you, Madam Chair. I have to run out and lay out another bill, so I didn't want to stay for this, though, Representative Simmons. We have uniform election dates in Texas, May and November.
Correct.
In May, it's not partisan. There's no straight ticket voting, and the participation is 4 to 6% usually in this. And if we were to move away from uniform election dates, this would actually help, because if we say made the uniform election dates March and November, and this would take care of one of the issues in doing that.
Oh, no question.
Yeah,
Right.
well, so I think it's a great bill, and
Thank
it makes complete sense. And your data really does prove the point that an informed electorate, that the more participation we can have in the democratic process, the better off we're all going to be.
Right.
So thank you for
Thank
filing
you
this
very
bill.
much. Thank you very much.
Members, any other questions?
Madam Chair, I reserve the right to close.
Okay. And it looks like we have 17, let's see, registered to testify. There are 17 witnesses that have registered to testify. And I'm telling you this so that you will think about that as you're testifying, that there are lots of folks behind you. And this is just our first bill. So, and I promise the committee we won't be here all night long. So we want to hear what you have to say. So please, definitely testify. But please also consider all the other folks following you. So with that, and also you're going to have to give me a little grace on all this. Every session they change our computer system, and we have a new one, so I'm trying to learn that as well. Okay, so our first witness, how do we call that? Who is that? Register not to testify. Okay. Is it Yanis Banks? Is that our first one? I can't. How do I see it? Pardon me. Let me figure this one out. Okay. Where is it? Pull it up. Well, just show me on yours, and then you can figure. Okay. So who is the? Oh, first one on. Is this the wit to testify? Okay. Okay. I'm just doing them in the list that they signed up on. My computer looks different than this one. All right, chair calls Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party, ballot security. And when you come up to testify, make sure you give your name, who you represent, yourself or an organization, and your position on the bill. Okay.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on HB 25. The issue of whether or not to have straight party voting is not directly involved in election integrity, so it's a bit out of our wheelhouse. However, we believe this committee should be aware of and carefully weigh a likely consequence of ending the practice of one-punch voting, especially in the larger counties. For the last 3 elections, in the general November election, Harris County has had the longest ballot in the country. 3rd largest county, longest ballot. We're not necessarily proud of that, but we're living with it. There are a plethora of down ballot positions contested every cycle. Ending one-punch voting needs to consider the fact that a significant percentage of Harris County voters will require about 2.5 times as long to complete the ballot as they do with one-punch voting. That will mean longer lines, higher budgets for additional voting stations, and from a cost perspective, ending the one-punch voting could be viewed as an unfunded mandate for the larger counties. Please include these considerations in your deliberations of HB 25. Any questions?
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vera, could you give us your impressions from the most recent elections in Harris County? What were the lines like? Because that's my concern as well.
The lines were not unmanageable, although we did have complaints during early voting the first 3 days. We had complaints about people being in line too long. Okay, so there were some complaints. By the 4th day of early voting, those complaints began to subside. We did not have complaints about lines on election day, when we go back to about 790 voting stations. But there were complaints initially. And the only reason we raised this concern is that we don't want to discourage voters away with long lines. And ending one punch is a consequence, may be worth it, but we need to be aware of it before we go into it.
Thank you.
All right, Rep. Swanson.
As a Harris County voter who spent pretty much the whole time at the polls, I would have to say, yes, we had some really long lines out at the early voting place where we were, and they did pick back up again, definitely, especially on the last day. I would say it took those voters at the end of the day probably at least an hour and a half, 2 hours to vote. Again, Election day was light because everybody had already voted, and so that's my concern too. And I know that we have 2 very knowledgeable people from the county clerk's office that's the office that holds the election in Harris County, and I'm hoping, I don't know if they're signed up to testify. If not, I'd like to ask them as a resource whether they feel that they will be able to do this by November of 2018, and what about November of 2020? So everybody, do we know, are you guys signed up to testify or not? You are. Okay, so we'll wait and ask those questions when they're up here. Oh, well, we got the guys out of the
Anything
county
else?
clerk's office back there.
Madam Chair, may I ask one quick question?
Mr. Anderson.
Real quick, compared to 2012, you're talking about the early voting lines. How many polling locations did you have from 2016 and 2012? Were they equal? Did y'all add more?
There were 45 in 2012 and 47 in 2016 for
Okay.
early voting.
Okay. In 2012, did you have long lines as well?
The same pattern.
Same pattern?
In the early days, there was a crunch. On the last couple of days in early voting, there was a crunch.
Okay.
And so that's our concern. Our concern is when you take away single punch voting, everyone's going to take a lot longer at the polling place.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Vera.
Thank you.
The chair calls Tom Glass with the League of Independent Voters. Welcome, Mr. Glass. Please state your name and your representation and your position on the bill.
Thank you. My name is Tom Glass. I represent today myself and the League of Independent Voters, which is a 501c4 that works on electoral competition and protecting land and water resources. We are testifying in favor of the bill.
Okay.
I believe that this bill is just about good government and getting the best qualified people for the race. And to get the best qualified for people, you need to make sure that people don't think that the label means something every time. I think we all recognize that no party gets it right every time. And I think we all recognize that both parties have good qualified people in office, especially at the lower levels where a lot of the impact of straight ticket voting hits. I personally am tired of seeing good people in rural and in urban settings be swept out in these waves where the top of the ticket brings in people and people vote partisan labels, and they, whether it's Democrat or Republican, depending on the situation, people who have years of experience get swept out of their office. And I think if people did do what Representative Simmons is talking about and just we had to go down the ballot, when they get down there, they'll go, oh, I know that person. They've done a good job for me. I'm going to vote that person to keep them in. And they will become less partisan and will be more quality oriented if we go to straight ticket. I also am from Harris County, and I was involved in poll watching and also did some support of candidates. And I would say that there were certain locations of early voting in Harris County that were swamped, and then you could drive 5 miles away, and they weren't. A lot of it has to do with the patterns of who what parts of town are passionate about voting in that particular election. And I think looking at history in that regard in Harris County, we can accommodate this by beefing up resources in those places where we did have the lines last time. So I think it's worth the money to go ahead and spend the money at the county level to make sure we do have shorter lines but to take care of this, because I think the quality will be worth it. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Glass?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Glass, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your organization's history? And I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with you, but when were you formed?
Well, the League, I think, has been around. I don't know for sure. I've been involved with them about 5 years. There's two organizations that are closely related. That's been the one that's not the League was even around for has been around 15 or 20 years. But it's a lot of the people that started it are people who just want to get the best results out of the election, and there have been, they support independent candidates running for office a lot of times, and they also encourage an independent approach to politics as opposed to a partisan approach to politics, and then focus on some key areas like water. Chairman Larson knows a little bit about their positions on water, and protecting the water rights of Texans, as well as eminent domain, fighting abuses of eminent domain.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls C.J. Grissom. C.J. Grissom. We'll move on. The chair calls Katiha Green with the Green Party of Texas. Hi, Ms. Green.
Hello.
Please state your name, your organization, and your position on the bill.
Sure. My name is Katya Garuna. I am Secretary of the Green Party of Texas, and we are testifying in favor of this bill, as we have every session. I probably will modify my testimony a little bit based on the fact that other people have made these points, but I do want to point out that the argument about the only real argument that I've heard in opposition has been from people who are saying that there's long lines and it's going to take people longer to vote and they may not know how to vote. And to me, these issues are not related to one-punch voting. They're related to other things like, are the voting machines being put out in the right places, etc. And the reason why I say this is because there are only 9 states that continue to do one-punch voting. Texas is one of them. 41 states plus the District of Columbia do not do this. In fact, when you talk to people from those states, they're like, what are you talking about? They've never heard of this process. And so this is not a common practice. And those states can deal with the fact that people are voting and have put more of a focus on educating their voters instead of just telling them, oh, don't worry about it, just vote straight ticket. And the worst of it is that the people who think that if they vote in the primaries, they have to vote straight ticket in November. And I've heard this from countless people that think that they're required to vote straight ticket in November. And this is an injustice to the voters, and it's an outright lie. And the clerks testified last session that removing this would make their jobs more difficult, but they didn't say how. And I'm not really sure how it would make a clerk's job more difficult to count the ballots, especially since they're done electronically. And so, on the other hand, one-punch voting would create, having one-punch voting creates a definite problem in voter participation, election of unqualified candidates riding the coattails of the president or governor, and ballot access retention. It is very clear if you look at election results that one-punch voting leads to lower participation in both nonpartisan elections and proposals that are on the same ballot. Additionally, we see, as happens regularly in Bexar County where I used to live, that there would be highly competent Republican judges in these large population areas, but get swept out of office because of straight party Democrat voting. And those races may be the most impacted overall by the one-punch system. However, it does happen in other races. With regards to ballot access retention for non-primary parties like we face, it is a rare exception that one of our statewide candidates will get 5% to secure ballot access for the next election cycle when there's both a Democrat and a Republican in that race. In fact, it's only happened twice in 35 years that a candidate has gotten 5%. What ends up happening is the entire party loses ballot access, as happened in 2002 and 2016 when the Democrats managed to run a full slate of statewide candidates. Without one-punch voting, these parties would be able to maintain ballot access and save not only ourselves the expense of petitioning to get back on, but also save the state money by not having to verify petitions every time we try to get back on the ballot. Thank you for your time and attention, and we look forward to HB 25 moving forward in the legislative process, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you very much. All right, next witness. Chair calls up Mark Miller, and let's see. Oops.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mark Miller. I'm the Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party of Texas. The Libertarian Party is a member
And state your position on the bill.
we
please.
support House Bill 25.
Okay.
Libertarian Party is a member of Texans for Electoral Competition, a coalition working to increase competition at the ballot box. Our members include the Green Party, who you just heard from, as well as the League of Independent Voters, Texans for Accountable Government, Constitution Party, and Left Up to Us. The entire coalition supports House Bill 25. Political parties has existed since the dawn of our republic. Banding together in factions for common cause is a natural human inclination. Freedom of association is protected by our Bill of Rights. Our founders, however, were aware of the dangers posed by political parties, understanding that competitive politics was the way to keep abuses of power in check. As James Madison famously wrote, ambition must be made to counteract ambition. Our coalition has not banded together to seek power. It is made up of very disparate organizations with very different political orientations. We're typically at odds with each other. What we share, though, is the belief that more competitive politics would help reverse the distressing current trend of voter dissatisfaction and disengagement. The first thing Texas voters currently see on their general election ballot is a list of political parties. Leading with this list effectively places party as a preeminent voter consideration. We believe, though, the proper time for voters to consider party is with the primaries and at our nominating conventions. General elections are a time for voters to consider whether their choices should in fact cross party lines and include independents. We're under no illusion that eliminating the one-punch option alone will generate significantly more competition, but it would signal that Texas continues to be a state that embraces competition, celebrates the individual, and looks primarily to one's character and one's ideas. Thank you. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, members. Representative Chair Larson.
Mark, across the country, as the different states evolved into the to the position that Representative Simmons is talking about, have you seen more libertarian candidates successful in their campaigns to secure office?
It's such a mixed bag. I would hate to quote any statistics on that.
But have you seen any particular states where they've been able to see some success at the ballot box?
We have not achieved very significant successes at the ballot box, no, sir.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other members? All right. Thank you very much. All right. Next witness. Let's see. Chair calls up. Is it Herbert Gonzalez? Okay. Mr. Gonzalez. Herbert Gonzalez. And again, state who you represent, your name.
Yes, I represent the Bexar County Green Party and myself. My name is Herbert Gonzalez. I'm a San Antonio resident, and I'm going to take a little bit of a different track. I'm going to
Okay, and please state your position on the bill.
In support of eliminating straight party ticket voting. I'm going to take the tact that 60 or 70 years ago, to increase civic participation, the Democratic Party initiated pull the one lever for the Democrat Party among the Mexican American community. 70 years later, it is odious, it is a manipulation, and it is not civic participation to encourage people to single party vote. I consider it a manipulation. I consider it, as I said earlier, odious that people who are Mexican American are assumed to vote for the Democrat Party in single party voting. It is offensive to me. I have been a Green Party member for 16 years now. Before that, I was a Democrat. But I find it disheartening that in the 21st century, we still rely on the concept that individuals cannot make a decision and cannot take the time to choose candidates that are qualified. In Bexar County alone, we had 2 judges. I worked as a juvenile probation officer. 2 judges who were in the juvenile justice court who were removed by inexperienced attorneys who were Democrats. I find that pretty unnerving and disheartening in our democracy. So my tact is get rid of this antiquated, anachronistic, and racist legislation.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Any questions, members?
More so a comment.
Representative Fallon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with you right up to the last part about racist. I'm not sure checking this box would had anything to do with race, but I kind of abhor that particular comment. But I do admire and the fact that you came and testified and you're fighting for what you believe in, and that is the American way. So that was what my original comment was going to be, but then that little thing kind of threw me off a little bit. But thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, Chair calls up Aaron Lunsford. Lunsford. Thank you.
It's weird now.
It's like a loving bird.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Erin Lunsford. I am for HB 25, and I apologize. I have allergy issues.
And state who you're representing.
I'm representing myself,
okay.
And frankly, in talking to some of the other Harris County judges that are no longer judges after the fall of 2016, I'm sure that they support me in spirit. I think that I am sort of the poster poster child for why straight ticket voting is bad for Texas because it results in the election of less qualified, experienced judges. I practiced law for over 28 years. I'm board certified. I've tried over 33 trials to verdict. In July 2015, Governor Abbott appointed me to serve as the unexpired term for the 61st District Court, and I ran for election in 2016. I did not draw a primary opponent, and I received every major endorsement from all of the areas in Houston, the Chronicle, the Mexican American Bar Association, Houston Lawyers, every major organization, because my opponent had never tried a jury trial. I campaigned extensively, but the fact that I lost the opportunity to remain judge was through this one-punch voting. That's the only reason we all lost. Harris County's big. It's so big it cast more votes for president than 21 states. Harris County is also the largest battleground county in the country, evenly divided between Democrats and Republicans. Yet because of the one-punch voting, any disruption in this closely divided county can cause the so-called tidal wave results, which is why I'm no longer a judge. Donald Trump lost Harris County by almost 162,000 votes. I was 17 ballot places below that. I received 74,460 more votes than the president did, and I lost by 30,400. I was one of the closer ones. I was defeated by the straight ticket vote. So I've attached a copy of an article from Mark Jones that was just done by the Rice University's Baker Institute of Public Policy. He offers a very detailed explanation of how straight ticket voting results in the election of very unqualified people, and that's on both sides, from 2008 way back into 1994. I remember that when I was a young lawyer. When I left, and this is also related to judicial economy, when I left the bench, I had the lowest inventory of any of the 24 civil district judges in Harris County. As of the end of February 2017, the 61st District Court is no longer the court with the lowest inventory. I presided over 30 jury trials, and I've included those statistics in your packet, in my 17 months on the bench, including 4 in the first 3 months I was there, and 2 that lasted longer than a week. My replacement has only tried one-day jury trial and shows no inclination to try additional cases in the future. She's a very nice woman, don't get me wrong. This is not personal at all. It's about experience. So when you get down inexperienced judges, you have delays and costs to litigants. So in my election, those who did not vote using the one-punch or straight ticket vote chose me by 10 points over my opponent, 55 to 45%. I was defeated by a very narrow margin of 51 to 49%. You could say I was defeated by a handful of voters who never saw mine or my opponent's name on the ballot and may have never intended to vote in our race, except for the one-punch voting. So thank you. I appreciate you having me here today, and I'll take any questions.
Representative Fallon.
Can you go over just a kind of your experience? How many cases did you preside over?
While I was on the bench for 17 months, I started on July 31st, so nobody went to trial in August, but if you count that month too, I tried 30 cases. The packet says 29 because the last one ended in a directed verdict. So it was 30 total cases, and I tried 4 after I was defeated.
And your opponent, what kind of experience did she bring to the bench?
She's a 13-year lawyer, has never tried a jury trial. I found one non-jury trial that she was in.
She'd never litigated a trial?
Never litigated a jury trial.
Ever? Okay.
Ever. And she hadn't, I'm board certified in personal injury. She'd never done that. I'm a member of a BOTA. I've, tried over 33 cases to verdict as a lawyer.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Representative Reynolds.
Judge Lunsford, I appreciate you coming here and testifying today. I know that throughout history, in fact, as a intern, I worked on the task force that the Supreme Court had called the Texas Commission on Judicial Efficiency. And at that time, let me date myself, that was back in the 90s. I was an intern, I think it was 1995. Mm-hmm. And Tom Phillips was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and he had that task force. And I went around the state of Texas, And at the time, the Republicans they were in control of most of the courts, and everywhere we went, the Republicans were saying, "Hey, keep it like it is. We like straight ticket voting." And there were a lot of people saying, "Hey, we're one of the few states that has this antiquated way of electing judges." And the point I'm making is, unfortunately, it's like the party who loses, they're the ones that usually want to change it. The parties who are in power, they want to keep it the same. And I think there's merit to both sides of it. I think in Harris County, I've seen a lot of people who said that it's for the convenience of the voter, because otherwise it would create long lines. What is your opinion about the fact that in Harris County, I think, when this bill was laid out last session, there weren't many people. How can we get this away from being a partisan issue? Because it seems like it goes back and forth. What's your opinion on that? That's my question.
My opinion is that this is the first step. I do not believe in the partisan election of judges, never have, never will. I don't believe a good judge is Democrat or Republican. A good judge is one who follows the law and makes good decisions and rules timely and gives people timely justice and good justice. The problem is that, and I believe there's a bill to create a task force about a constitutional amendment for judges. I believe that's the best way to go, and that study that I handed you a copy of details the 4 different ways that judges are chosen in the United States, and says that partisan election of judges is one of the worst ways, but partisan combined with the one punch is the worst absolute way, because then nobody has any incentive to go down. And so I agree with you, Representative Reynolds. I don't believe we should have partisan election of judges, but I also believe, and I've always said this, that trial lawyers, and I know you're a trial lawyer, deserve judges that know how to try cases. And otherwise, they don't know how to rule on rules of evidence. They don't understand. It's a hard job. It's a hard job to make those rulings and to understand where people are going and to realize that you're trying to protect it so there's no error. And you know that, and not a lot of you are lawyers, and you understand that. And so we need experienced judges. And the first step in this is to get rid of these one-punch.
Is it your opinion that we should eliminate the straight ballot altogether, or just for judges?
I think we should eliminate it altogether, because I don't believe you should be voting for people that you don't know who they are.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Okay, Representative Fallon.
Just a comment, too, while you're here, is I think Representative Reynolds, unqualified is unqualified, regardless of whether you have an R or a D at the end of your name. And Representative Larson made a good point where let's talk turkey here. In presidential years in purple counties, Democrats do better. In midterms, Republicans do better. So I think there could be a yin and yang in that regard. And just eliminating it altogether, I'm for it. The author of the bill's from Denton County, so am I. It's a county that's probably 65-35, R to D. And we're for it, too. And we're beneficiaries of straight ticket voting in a red county, as would Representative Israel in a blue county. That your general election's over, because that'll carry you right through. And we're still proponents of it, because if we want to win, we should earn it.
Yeah, I'll just say very briefly, I remember Judge Andel was one of the last Democratic judges in Harris County, and he made the argument that it should be eliminated, but I didn't hear many people coming to that defense saying, "Hey, let's do it." The point I'm making is, it seems cyclical. It's just when the party who is in power, they usually want to keep it that way, and then the party who is not, they want to change it. So that's the only point I was just highlighting.
I can assure you that the party in power in Denton County is Republican. So
right.
and we're all for it. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
All right. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Okay. Next witness is Ray Simpson. There's a Simpson. Ryan. Sorry, Ryan Simpson. I got to get stronger glasses. Golly. All right. Go ahead.
All right. I'm Ryan Simpson, and today I'm speaking as a private citizen and as a millennial. What I wanted to bring up was that...
And your position on the bill.
I am for the bill.
Okay.
Yes. So I want to bring up that the median for voting on local elections is 7 times more likely for someone who is 65 plus over someone who is 18 to 34 or the millennial generation. and that's when there's just local elections. That would most likely mean that people are not doing that research when they are having other elections where it lines up and there's straight ticket voting, and that we should encourage people to be educated, but until my generation steps up, we should expect the worst of them. And then according to Pew Research, that in 2014, there are 51% of white millennials identify as independents, and 47% identify as independents who are non-white. And that is up from 38% in 2014. And if the trend continues, the median should be over 50% for the whole population of millennials. So I come to implore you to consider that data. And
So basically, straight ticket didn't really mean anything to you guys.
no, it just means
right.
It means we're just voting and not being educated.
Right.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
You realize that straight ticket voting is optional.
Yes.
Thank you.
But having it on the ballot, you know,
it encourages balloting.
encourages, yeah, makes it,
Yes.
yeah, well, you don't have to really research. I
Yes.
get you. Mhm.
So millennials like it?
Well, we don't want to
don't
say
want
that. We don't want to say that about millennials. We think they're very smart.
At least, particularly ones that come and testify in committees in this Capitol building.
Absolutely, I appreciate that
All right,
very
thank you.
much. Any other questions,
The
members?
millennial caucus has left the podium. I'm just giving
You're
you a hard
good.
Okay, thank you.
We have to give y'all every chance we get. So, okay. Next witness is Bill Fairbrother. We're very glad a millennial showed up.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Fairbrother. I'm legislative chairman for the Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association, and we're testifying on the bill. Each year we survey our party chairs to get their opinions on potential legislation, and this year 65% of party chairs voted to keep straight ticket voting. That being said, there's a large number of party chairs that are active in the organization that have the opposite view. So we are officially staying neutral. It seems to have some urban versus rural, some regional and other overtures, and we wish you all well in deciding this important piece of legislation.
Okay, any questions? Thank you. Oh, Vice Chair.
I'll ask Mr. Fairbrother, because I know you're so involved in the tools of elections.
Yeah.
There's so many counties that I know are struggling with the costs of equipment and the lines. I'm not sure what your experience is, but in Travis County, it seems like our systems get overloaded and overwhelmed. And as much as I would like to have more state resources to support our county as they do these elections, do you see that if we were to do this, that you would need more resources, whether that be human resources or machines, to accommodate the time that it's going to take?
Yeah, my cop-out number 2 of the day, while I may share some of that concerns, I figure the Election Administrators Association, the County Clerks and District Clerks Associations would be better prepared to discuss that, and hopefully some of them are signed up to testify.
Thank you. You're officially off the hook then.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you,
Thank
Bill. Okay, next witness is, okay. Manny Garcia, Mr. Garcia.
Chair Lautenberg, Vice Chair Israel, and committee members, my name is Manny Garcia. I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Democratic Party in opposition to House Bill 25. I first want to apologize. I am not as witty or colorful as Glenn Maxey, our legislative director, which is usually here. Glenn had a triple bypass surgery last week. He is recovering very, very well. and he will soon be back with y'all, helping you all pass great legislation and hopefully putting some of the bad ones out to pasture. Election bills should be measured by one ethic. Does it make it easier or harder to vote? On HB 25, we ask what is the real problem here? What is wrong with voters having the convenience to quickly vote their beliefs with a single mark for all of their chosen candidates? One of the most useful information items about a candidate for the average voter is party identification. It's an immediate set of values conveyed to a candidate, to a voter. Persons will state that straight ticket voting enables people to make uninformed decisions in down ballot races. But the fact that party labels will remain on the ballot, all this bill does is makes the voting process exponentially longer in urban counties. A person who could go mark one box now has to mark many boxes manually, meaning less people are voting down ballot. And did we ever solve anything with less people voting? It is our position that this bill will simply make voting more onerous, create lines and wait times that are totally unacceptable, and cause great harm to candidates at the end of long ballots. While true that most states do not have the convenience in voting, Texas has never been shy about standing out in the crowd. It's also true that some of those same states don't have elected judges, especially the numbers of judges that we have in Bexar County, Dallas County, and Harris County. This bill is not a solution to a problem and instead creates a number of additional problems. Moreover, those local officials implementing voting in the next cycle in those urban Texas counties would be required to expend local dollars, as has been mentioned before, on adding voting machines and clerks. There ought to be a fiscal note that acknowledges that on the assessment to local counties. I'll mention one last point. With regards to Representative Simmons mentioned that Michigan was a state that their removal of straight ticket voting was held up in the courts. There was a reason why it was held up in the courts. It is held up in the courts because straight ticket voting has a high correlation with African American voting. So it was held up in the courts because of a voting rights issue, and has not been allowed to proceed because of that voting rights issue. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you. All right, Chair calls up. See, this thing scrolls backwards, and I have to scroll all the way down to get to the next witness. Jacqueline Callan. I know Jacqueline. Okay. But you're going to have to say your name again, because I always mess it up.
That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee, thank you. Jackie Callanan, Bexar County Elections Administrator, and I stand in favor of House Bill 25. I've listened to these wonderful speakers, and I'd like to sort of get down into the weeds of it with you, please, and the mechanics of it. We have electronic voting in Texas. It's wonderful. The voters love it. When we go into a November general election, we spend a lot of time in the media putting the word out to the voters. And in Bexar County, we say, we want to remind you, the best thing about our equipment is you can vote straight party. The worst thing about our equipment is you can vote straight party. The way the system is set up is if you do that one punch, as people were referring to, with the electronic voting, you still must see every single page. You can't hit the button and go to the end. You still have to go through 25 pages. You still have to see every race. So I'd like you to keep that in consideration as you think about and get this bill out. The second piece is programming it. Mm-hmm. From our standpoint, when we program it, if we have straight party, and that straight party button must be turned on, nothing can be programmed above that. So if there's a special election, as we've had, it cannot ever go above straight party. So we are in favor of removing straight party.
Jacqueline, wasn't there a situation, I don't remember what county, maybe Ron knows, but where they actually programmed the machines or didn't calibrate them correctly, and people who were punching straight party but then punched a candidate in the opposite party, it messed it up, and and wiped out their.
Yes, we have heard that. But again, when you say, it wiped it out, the best part of that system was when they got to the review pages, they saw that it was different.
Right.
And they had the opportunity to go back and to bring it to the attention of the election officials.
But it freaked everyone out.
It certainly did, and
they
it
thought
made
there
the
was
media.
some manipulation
Yes.
going on.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay. Any other questions? Chairman Wilson?
Jackie, thanks for coming up. I appreciate it. You heard the complaint there, or the concern that people had from Harris County had as far as if we go to this, the lines will continue to grow as the population increases. In Bexar County, I know that we had a prescribed number of machines, and as population grew, we bought more machines.
Correct.
And so it's a function of just having more apparatuses available for people, have an area that's accessible, and then people could come in, and we tried to lessen the lines that way. Is that the approach that we've taken?
Yes, sir. And it was already spoken to, so I didn't want to repeat where if you find as an administrator that you have a line at one site, if you drive and you put out the word, if you drive 3 miles down the road, I can use, if you're at Crossroads in Bexar County and there may be a line that's 45 minutes, you can drive 10 minutes down the line to Somerset and walk right in the door.
Right.
And so we have to get better, and one of the pieces that is helping us get better is for line management programs, and that's one of our top buttons.
And in Bexar County, the percentage of people that early vote versus voting on Election Day?
65% of our people vote early.
And so they have opportunities to choose a couple of weeks there to go in and select whatever site they want. So
Yes, sir.
I think prior to the focus on getting people out and voting prior to the election, that might have been a valid point. But most of the people that I know, they go to the voting sites. The first day is always the busiest.
Absolutely.
And then
the last day.
and then the last day, or the last couple of days, first couple of days in the middle of that 2-week period. Obviously, you have a lot of opportunities. You got a lot of voting sites. So we appreciate your leadership. I know that Jackie and I spent a lot of times. I was on Commissioner's Court. We selected her as our election administrator, and she has led extremely well. I know that Robert Stovall and his counterpart in the Democratic Party have fostered good relationships with y'all and been able to work through a lot of things. So thank you.
I appreciate
So that means you cannot retire.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Oh, wait, Rep. Fallon, did you? I'm sorry, Jackie.
No,
back up.
Representative Larson took care of my points.
Oh,
Did
okay.
that smart, So, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next witness is Robert Stovall.
Thank you very much. I think Bexar County is being represented very well here today. My name is Robert Stovall. I'm the chairman of the Republican Party of Bexar County. Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, my good friend Chairman Larson, for allowing me to speak today. Representative Simmons, thank you for bringing this up again for possibly the third time, and maybe this will be the charm. I've been part of elections for 3 cycles now, and as county chairman for 2 election cycles, a presidential and a gubernatorial cycle of the 4th largest county in the state of Texas. The issue of one-punch voting is not a party issue, Republican or Democrat. As we've seen in the past during presidential cycles, especially in Bexar County and the larger counties, the Democrats will outpull Republicans, and in gubernatorial cycles, the Republicans will outpull the Democrats. So as far as a party issue, this becomes an issue of the uninformed voter. As we've seen, the down ballot races don't catch the attention of that single lever puller when they go in to vote for a straight party. And I want to bring one particular race to the attention, which was we have several races. Judge Laura Parker, who lost as a incumbent of 4 terms, to someone who has never tried a case also in Bexar County. She was our judicial judge in Bexar County. The other one is 2-star General Sheriff Susan Pamerlo, who did an outstanding job. For the first time in my life, always living in Bexar County, we got rid of the good old boy system with a sheriff that a sheriff that as two-star general had manned over 90,000 people at her command and turned the Bexar County Sheriff's Department around. Sheriff Susan Pamerlo was liked and endorsed by both Republicans and Democrats, including our own county judge, who's a Democrat. Susan Pamerlo lost by 4,000 votes. Donald Trump lost in Bexar County by over 90,000 votes. And I want to read you the percentages here. With Susan Pamerlo had 47.1% of the vote. Javier Salazar, who was the winner, won with 47.8% of the vote. The Libertarian candidate took 3.2% of the vote, and the Green Party had 1.9% of the vote, which brings me to an all-important part of the straight lever poll, where we can actually have candidates lose that may have voted for a third or a fourth party straight lever poll and never went all the way down the ballot to look at someone that's on the county court or the sheriff's race or the tax assessor race, et cetera. And even it doesn't matter what party that you are in, the Green Party or the Libertarian Party. Those also determine the down ballot races in a county like ours. The one-punch voting has been around since the poll tax, and I was looking for how long that went back, and it may be 50 plus or 60 plus years. And we all know we did away with the poll tax. It's time to do away with the straight lever poll. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Stovall? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The chair calls Jeff Blaylock. Welcome, Mr. Blaylock.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members. My name is Jeff Blaylock. I am representing myself and Texas Election Source, of which I am the publisher. Texas Election Source is an online newsletter on Texas elections, and I'm here in support of House Bill 25. I'm also here because I've done a lot of research on straight party voting, both here and in other states. That is not the easiest research to do because that information does not come up to the state level. It's not collected by the state. And so every 2 years I make phone calls and visits and mail letters to 254 county election administrators, including the one that's just right over there, for their results so that I can put together the data to have a very comprehensive look at straight party voting in the state. The handouts I have for you have a lot of good information, statistical information about straight party voting in Texas, but I'd really like for you to focus on this single page. It pulls out one of the charts, and it's the thing I want you to most remember from today's, at least my testimony today, and is this circle, or self-reinforcing cycle that straight party voting is fueling. You've heard some stories today already of what has happened where what I would call partisan mood swings in counties, where a sudden shift in the single pull straight party voting results in the wholesale replacement of elected officials from one party or another, including in Harris County and Bexar County and others. I'd like to take that idea a little bit further as to what happens when straight party voting becomes more and more reinforced in the process. Representative Simmons a couple of times mentioned that the government that is closest to the people, and in partisan world that would be the county governments, those folks are being elected without a lot of scrutiny. And at this point in the state's history, going into the 2016 election, almost 90% of county offices were uncontested by the time we got to the November 2016 ballot. In more than half the counties of the state, only one party fielded any candidates for county party at all. That is quadruple the rate from 8 years ago in 2008. So it seems to be an accelerating process that fewer and fewer people are running, which is resulting in fewer and fewer choices for people, which is resulting in less and less reason to look down the ballot in the first place, which was resulting in more and more people using the single punch option. We had 5.625 million Texans use that single mark option in 2016. That is a record for this state. It's a record for any state as far as we know. Texans use that option far more than the voters of the other 9 states where it's available, and that has been true for quite some time. About 63% of Texas voters marked a straight party vote in the last election. That leaves very little other folks who vote, who go through a ballot and are looking at individual candidates and marking them up to make up any kind of a difference. When you look at the legislature, there are 181 of you in this chamber and the other. Only 4 of you were elected in 2016, overcoming a deficit in straight party voting. One of them is right here, Representative Anderson. You overcame a 3,344 vote deficit. That was the largest of any legislative candidate in the last cycle. So, congratulations. But many of you, in your races, the margin was quite a bit larger than that. And that's why I think it's important at whatever level of government that you are at, when you look at straight party voting, it's important that the party that happens to be in power or benefiting from that be the one to take the steps to eliminate it as an option. Because it does have a tendency to reinforce power at whatever unit of geography you're at and at whatever locality you're at. Representative Reynolds, you had a great question earlier of how do you make this a nonpartisan issue? Because it is inherently partisan. That's straight party. It's in the word. In addition to what you've heard today, I'd say the reasons are, I think Representative Fallon had a great example of unqualified is unqualified. That, I believe, is straight up reason number one. I think reason number two is that straight party voting does cut both ways, and we've seen it in Harris County in particular recently, where an entire cadre of judges has been replaced multiple times simply because of a partisan label and a shift in the relative preponderance of straight party voting there. But I would also say that the idea is that the vast majority of voters down the ballot, or votes that are cast down the ballot, including, I would say, votes for state representative, are cast by people who didn't actually look at your names on the ballot at all. They simply checked that mark at the top and moved on. I would use Chairman Lovenberg is not here, so let me pick a different one of you to just single out. Let's use Representative Fallon as an example. 66% of the votes that counted for you in your most recent election, 66%, were cast by people who did not vote for you directly. They did not cast a vote at all on your line of the ballot. And that's fairly common across the state now, that a lot of people who vote down the ballot are not necessarily voting for you. I'm not saying that they wouldn't vote for you or they wouldn't have, they just didn't. Right. No, they love you. Believe me, they love you. But my point is that a lot of voters, and it's something that Mr. Simmons has said, a lot of voters just simply are not having to look, and they're not looking down the ballot. They're not seeing the names. They may be missing things like local offices, which are not part of the straight party voting system at all. There are a number of elections in November that involve localities, that involve ballot propositions or other measures that are outside of straight party voting, and it is very easy to miss those if your intent is to come in and vote the single mark. So I think it is time to break this wheel here by pulling out what's fueling it, which is the ability to cast one ballot for everybody and leave without thinking about the offices, the qualifications, the names, anything about those candidates. And I'm happy to walk through the other charts and figures that I have, but I know that y'all's time is very valuable, so I'll just answer your questions if you have any.
Any questions, members? I have a question for you, and I'm not sure how to phrase it, because when people talk to me about the fact that they're discouraged about voting, they think it's set. Why should I vote? More often than not, they're pointing to the fact that redistricting has made seats strongly one way or the other. And I appreciate the point that you're trying to make, to say that fewer people run as a candidate from a disadvantaged party. But I was surprised that you didn't mention what I hear most often, which is the fact that the districts are skewed so strongly, especially since the turn of the century. Do you have any thoughts about how that might also be affecting whether or not Texans think that their voice matters?
I think that does. I mean, it's clear when you look at some of the straight party numbers from the districts, and I've been able to look at all, particularly in the State House, since I knew I'd be here today. There are a significant number of districts where The straight party advantage for one party over the other is 20,000 or more votes. And 3,344 is what Mr. Anderson was able to overcome. 20,000 in a legislative district would be very, very challenging for anybody of any party other than the one with the straight party advantage to overcome. So I think there is a distinction between what is truly partisan competitive at whatever level we're talking about, whether it's a county commissioner, a county judicial district, a Court of Appeals district, a Board of Education district, legislative district, or the state. But to me, that does not, the fact that the straight party voting option is present is preventing, in my mind, folks from walking through and looking at who they're actually voting for. And there are certainly some districts where try as you might or wish as you will that someone from the other party will win. It won't happen the way the seat's configured or the way the county population is allocated or the way that the county tends to vote or the way that the state happens to be. But that's part of an evolving political process. This state used to be very blue. It's now mostly red with pockets of deep blue and then various areas of purple that shift around from year to year to year. 20 years from now, it may look very different. 40 years from now, it may look very different than that. What I think Representative Simmons is trying to get at is to take out of this wheel process something that is locking down the politics of the state or of a locality where they happen to be today. Voters have broken this cycle exactly one time in state history from a statewide perspective. The state used to be entirely Democratic. I believe a witness came up earlier and mentioned that straight party voting originated in the poll tax era. It may actually have originated prior to that. There was a long history in the state where more people voted in the Democratic primary than in the general election, and that was because there was no one running in other parties in the general election at that time. I'm talking about 1958 and farther backwards. But it took a lot of effort for voters to break the cycle on their own. I think that taking this one lever punch out is going to help voters make more informed choices eventually. And I'm not saying that would affect the partisan balance of the state or affect who's sitting here today, but just the very idea that they're looking, I think, will improve over time the candidates, the competition, and the decisions that are being made, and ultimately the governance of the state. It's a long answer to that question. I hope I addressed what you were asking me about.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Chair calls up John Ritchie.
He had to leave.
Oh, he did. Okay. Ed Johnson. Chair calls up Ed Johnson.
Ed Johnson. I'm here with the Harris County Clerk's Office, and we are on the bill. Get back to the grassroots of running an election. Y'all are having to make up the partisan part of this, but more we want to talk about just the actual problems that we had during this last election. I will tell you that the straight party ticket voting actually causes, for some voters, confusion in the process. There's something that's labeled emphasis voting, where you will...
And I'm sorry, you probably already said it, but did you say your position on the bill?
It was on the bill.
Okay, on the bill, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So emphasis voting. We had a problem with this in Harris County last time. Electronic voting machines, when you press the straight party ticket at the top, it marks all the party all the way down the ballot. A lot of candidates want to make sure, usually the first race is the presidential race or the gubernatorial race, and they want to make sure that they vote counted for that candidate of their choice. And they will go back down and push the button again for that candidate to, make sure their vote's counted, but what they just did was cancel their vote for that candidate. Then the preview screen comes up at the end, and they think that the machine's broken and didn't vote for their candidate, erased it. which caused a great panic in Harris County. I think we actually made national news about the voting machines not working and not counting straight party ticket voting correctly. This caused problems. Early voting, Representative Swanson, we actually have charts and graphs to try to predict turnout so we can staff appropriately. The first 3 days of early voting for this last presidential election were off the chart. People were really excited about the election and turnout was tremendous. If we kept following the chart, we would have voted the full county by the end of the week. So, you know, that's one of the reasons for the lines. But the second reason is we were actually kind of keeping a little chart in our offices of straight party ticket voting to non-straight party ticket, because you can hear when they just click one button or where they click a whole bunch going down the page. And at first it was the straight party ticket voting was a little faster than someone going down the page. But when the issue came up about the machine not working correctly, the straight party ticket almost took longer because people were spending a lot longer on the preview screen validating whether or not the machine was working correctly. They were going down every line trying to figure out. In fact, that even brought up more voter confusion because we have a very long ballot in Harris County, and a lot of voters didn't recognize candidates that were on their preview screen, and they were coming over saying the machine's not working correctly because I don't know these people. And you know, we'd say, well, yes, it did work correctly. They are part of that party. So, you know, we saw that straight party actually caused confusion and slowed down the lines in some cases. So, you know, as far as lines, we'll have to try this to see how it works. And I'm sure all counties can handle it. You know, we'll just have to staff up appropriately. One of the other things that the straight party ticket we saw do is, with voter confusion, is we actually had our local school district had a race on the ballot in November, in the November presidential HISD. And of course, that goes at the very bottom of the ballot, and it is not partisan. A school board race isn't. So when you press the straight party ticket vote, it does not cast a vote, as was mentioned earlier, in the school board race. We had numerous voters come to us after they had voted, realizing that they didn't go all the way down the ballot and look for that school board race, that wanted to come back and vote for that school board race. Unfortunately, once you cast your ballot, you can't go back and vote for it. But it basically was disenfranchising them because they didn't know to look all the way down the screen to vote for that school board race. So it does cause a little voter confusion. You have a lot of more in presidential years because you have voters that aren't as frequently voting and they don't know how the machines work quite as well. You know, one of the things that would help, it's mentioned earlier that you have some early voting locations, to your thing, that have longer lines than others. One that we pushed is the line monitoring. We've always wanted to be able to have cameras or something that we could put out to see when a location has a long line and one doesn't, advertise on our website so you can get people to, you know, drive 10 minutes down the road to another site over another one. You know, those are thoughts for y'all if you have ways to fix things like that.
Okay, and do y'all have countywide voting?
No, we do not.
Oh, okay.
Not on election day. Early
Not
voting, and we
early
actually
voting.
increased the number of early voting locations for this last presidential election to
But
and
you
actually
have
staff more
it for early
machines.
voting, but not election day.
Early voting is basically a countywide election.
Correct, right.
On election day, we still have to have just the
But
precinct
not on
voting.
election day.
Not on election
Okay,
day.
okay. And you're neutral on this?
Yes.
Okay, your testimony sounds a little favorable.
Well,
So I just
you
want to
know,
make sure.
I was just mentioning
Okay.
things that you know we
Just
have
for the
found
record, you're still neutral.
found problems. Y'all have to decide the partisan issue. We
Okay.
want to stay out of that.
Okay,
So
gotcha. Go ahead, are you,
I'm through.
okay, Rep. Swanson?
Yes. Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry, it's real hard to call you that, Ed, but I'm favorable toward this bill, but want to hear from the county clerk's office that you feel like that you can handle that in the November 2018 election, that you will have enough election booth machines and you can have enough staff for that. And in 2020, do you feel like you'll be able to do that?
We feel it'd be a good start to run this in 2018. Usually in the gubernatorial election, the turnout's not as high as in the presidential election years. So, we have plenty of machines. So if more is required to put out to handle voting facilities, we would be able to do that. And that would give us a better calculation, if this is actually taking longer in lines, of what we would need to run a presidential election. So it'd be a good test case to see, what does this do to the voting pattern?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions, members? Oh, Rep. Reynolds. Mm-hmm.
Do you anticipate extra personnel or, just projecting forward for the next presidential in 2020? Do you think you would need more manpower? Or
like I said, it's kind of an unknown factor. We really don't know what it's going to do. That's why rather not start this, the gubernatorial election would be a good one to start it on, and then that way we know what the presidential election will require.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ed.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Now, Janice Banks. I had my list reversed, so I know you thought you were going first, but we saved the best for last, right?
Oh. All right. Good afternoon, evening. Giannis Banks with Texas NAACP, and we are against the bill. Sorry, I had to think about it. We normally stay out of this because it tends to be more of a partisan thing.
But you had to think about it.
Yeah, I have a lot of bills today between this committee and jurisprudence, so I'm just going to keep track on what bill I'm on. We're against this bill today, and part of the concern, I guess, we have is that we believe that we know that it works for one party or the other, depending where you are, Travis, Harris, Denton County. It can work for you. But we also believe that if a person wants to vote one party, we think they have that right, and it should be available to them. And so I'm just trying to read my notes, I'm sorry. And I also think that those who would like to affirm will probably appreciate not having to go through the whole ballot. If they just want to say, I want to vote for this party, they go through it, and that's done. And I've heard, we have questions too, or concerns about the long lines that it may cause, and we've heard about early voting, how it could work, where you can look and say, well, down the street, for certain counties, I know here in Travis, countywide, or even I think in Williamson County, also countywide, you can vote wherever you want to on election day, but other counties are not able to do that. So even if you could say, well, down the street 3 or 4 blocks, there's nobody on election day, that wouldn't work for you if that's not your precinct. And also some of the conversations we've heard, it seems to be that we have is more of a problem dealing with an educated voter than necessarily the machine or the equipment. When we say that voters may not know about certain candidates down ballot. So we need to maybe look at a way to better educate the voters. Maybe having more affordable media in every media market, so that those down ballot candidates that may not generate as much money as some of y'all races or the lieutenant governor race or the governor race can afford to advertise themselves on media, whether it's TV, radio, print. I know most of y'all, or a lot of y'all, will rely on Facebook and other cheaper social media methods to do that, but not all candidates can afford those coveted TV spots, and so they can't get their information out about their race. So there are some people who do benefit from straight ticket ballot voting in that way. And when you talk about judges, it was brought to my attention that they would have to raise and spend exponentially more money. And usual place for judicial candidates is to raise money is from those who practiced before them. So then you would exacerbate the already problematic campaign finance system, and so then you would need to look at maybe fixing that system. So you may cause a whole new problem for yourself or for the state by doing this. And of course, as my friend Manny had mentioned before, the other concern is that it was brought to my attention about Michigan and how that bill was struck down there in Michigan because it talked about the impact it would have on the African American community there. And so it would be worth to look at to see what kind of impact it would have on communities of color here in Texas, and if that would lead up to a lawsuit or concern about the bill, which I don't know, but it's possible. And that's all I have.
Okay, Representative Fallon.
Yeah. Do you think that, related to the Michigan case, do you think that it is something that would affect minority voters?
I haven't had that much study on it, and so like I just learned about the Michigan case today, so I couldn't say or haven't looked at it, but it could be possible. When I posed this question once again, or my boss posed this question to our members from rural to urban, they all said that we should oppose this bill because it's something that they use and they like. So I think it's possible if it was deemed that in Michigan, it's quite possible.
Because I would caution that I think African Americans are perfectly capable and just as capable as anyone else to go down a ballot. And I think that the judges in Michigan should give themselves pause sometimes with sometimes their reviews.
Right, and like I said, I haven't seen any of the background or any of the facts that was presented in the case. I've just seen some of the articles that talked about it, and it went before they appealed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court turned them down. So even the highest court in the land, I guess, kind of agreed with what the judges did there in Michigan, where they did not feel like they should take up the case. So it tried to go before the Supreme Court, but they denied it.
The Michigan Supreme Court or the U.S.
U.S. Supreme Court?
U.S. Supreme Court.
But they have a 4-4.
That's a 4-4, so it probably...
Right.
They try not to...
To do it, right. So, there's that. So it's what's happening.
Okay. Any other questions, members? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the last witness is the Secretary of State, really as a resource witness. If y'all have any questions or if y'all have anything you want to say. No? Okay. With that, then Chair calls back Representative Simmons to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it, and I won't keep you members. Just a couple of things. I did a lot of research on the states that had just recently gotten rid of one-punch voting, and I could find no articles. Now, maybe you can find them. There were anticipation of all the problems that were laid out here today. Long lines, people won't come, all that. But oddly enough, after the election, there were no articles that said you should have seen all the lines in Charlotte. You know, they were so much worse, or other places. So again, I believe it's a false narrative that is out there that just hasn't happened in other places. The other thing that I would say is that voters aren't stupid. Okay, voters know how to vote down the ballot. They've proven that, and no matter what party they're in, they can make good decisions. We don't have to try to decide for them. I'll disagree with Mr. Garcia, who says the number one thing is to make voting the easiest. No, that's not the number one thing. The number one thing is to make sure that the voter is educated and can make an educated decision so that we can elect the best people. And on the Michigan case, the Voting Rights Act does not deal with straight ticket voting. And that's not even something the plaintiffs ask about. Now, the judges did opine on that, but that's not something they ask about. And yes, the reason that the Supreme Court backed off of it is because they don't want to do it with a 4-4. And there was dissenting opinions even on that. So let's make sure that we have the record straight on that. I really appreciate the time today, and I would just ask that you're favorable moving this bill, if you can, Madam Chair. Thank you, members.
And we're going to leave it pending for the moment.
Okay.
So, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay. And so, with that, Chair leaves House Bill 25 pending at this time. Okay. So now, I have two decimates, but seniority is going to play out in chairmanship, vice chairmanship. So, Chair calls up Vice Chair Vo to lay out House Bill 1639.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I have the committee substitute also.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. There is a committee substitute, and Representative Israel lays out committee substitute for House Bill 1639. And what's that all she needs to do is lay it out. And Vice Chair Vo, would you like to present committee substitute for House Bill 1639?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. After primary day voting, each political party in Texas begins a series of conventions, and the most efficient way to communicate with members of the party about these conventions is through information given out at the polling places. Under current law, the party can only place a poster in the polling location, and few voters notice this poster, and they have little ability to capture that information for later use.
I'm sorry, excuse me for a moment. Did all of y'all get a copy of the substitute? Did everyone get a copy of the substitute for this bill? I want to make sure y'all have it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair. So HB 1639 allows a political party to make a handout available to give to each voter that will have information about the party itself and time and locations about the upcoming convention process. This will enable the voter to actually walk away from the polls with written information for later use. Currently, the primary election officials either stamp a voter registration card or they must hand the voter a notice that is proof of participation in the primary. HB 1639 says that if the party provides an information form, then that becomes the proof of participation in the primary. So we are not adding any new step or no new cost, but replacing old process with a more appropriate one that actually tells the voter information that they need if they wish to participate in the party convention. And the substitute will clarify the notice given to primary voters. It will give the state party chairs the authority to develop a generic statewide notice that may be used in any county. County chairs are also given authority to develop a notice specific to their county with a stipulation that the same notice must be used in all precincts within the county. The substitute will require the language of all notices must be approved by the Secretary of State. If a county chooses to use generic statewide notice developed by the state party chair, only convention times and location may be added without additional Secretary of State approval. The substitute will require county chairs to supply the content of their notices to the authority conducting the election at least 30 days before the beginning of early voting. And with that, I'll open up for questions if you have any questions.
All right, members, are there any questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It needed it, because everybody was very confused on primary day.
Right.
Right. Democrats have their conventions, they do their convention at the district or senatorial level. Republicans do theirs that night.
Yes.
And so this would help solve some of those
Exactly.
confusing issues.
Keep the voters informed.
Yeah. Great.
And I reserve the right.
With that, you reserve the right to close.
close.
Okay? And the nice thing about electronics is I can tell you there are 6 folks that have signed up to testify. And first, Chair calls up Alan Vera.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on HB 1639. We believe that the committee substitute has addressed many of our original concerns to our satisfaction. The only concern we had remaining was the dictation of an 8.5 by 11 size statewide, when it seems to us that some counties are small enough that a smaller piece of paper would be more than satisfactory. The only other concern we had that we didn't hear addressed in the committee substitute was the reference to registering to attend the convention, when for most parties it's not a matter of registering, but you have to be elected to attend the next level. With the committee substitute and the addressing of the remaining changes I just mentioned, we could support 1639 and would urge it to be moved forward.
Okay, so you had actually signed up to be neutral, so now you're for it?
I'm still neutral.
Okay.
With these changes, we could be for it.
Okay.
Who wants to be for it?
You want to be for it, now as a substitute.
I'd like to be for it.
Okay. We got that all straight. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, members? All right. Next witness is Chris Davis, Texas Association of Election Administrators.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, committee members. Christopher Davis, Texas Association of Election Administrators, testifying against House Bill 1639 as filed. Ditto to what Ms. Tavera said, we believe the substitute will address our concerns. Our particular concern for the association was that 30-day notice that we didn't see in the original bill. Representative Vo mentioned that it will be addressed, and we look forward to supporting the substitute.
Okay, so, right, you were against the original bill, but from what you're hearing on the substitute, that solves your issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next witness is Manny Garcia.
Manny Garcia, Texas Democratic Party, in support of House Bill 1639. We strongly support this bill by Representative Vo. Current processes require each voter's certificate to be stamped with the party of the primary which the voter casts. In the past, that was used as proof of participation in the party primary. The Democratic Party no longer holds its conventions on primary night, as the chair has mentioned. The idea in this bill is to allow the parties to replace the primary notice with an informational sheet, letting people actually learn when and where their party conventions will be held, and give the websites and emails of the local party, giving voters more information about their party processes and conventions, and more information is a good thing.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness is John Busey.
Hi, my name is John Busey. I'm representing the Texas Democratic Party County Chairs Association. I'm here to testify in support of this bill. We strongly support this bill for all the reasons that Manny Garcia just shared as well. For the Democrats, it's more, the way we do our primaries, it's more informational to give us information about when our county parties meet. So we're strongly in support of the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. No questions. All right. Chair calls up Ed Johnson.
Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office, and I'm on the bill. We like the spirit of this bill. We believe that voters need to have this information to participate in the process of the conventions and everything, especially with the Democrats being at the senatorial level. And actually, the Republicans in Harris County have problems because we have combined polling locations where they combine several precincts into one polling location. And when you have your precinct convention, each precinct has its own convention. So actually, the Republican Party needs it on election night to say where different precincts out of a polling location may be possibly meeting. So this is all good. One of the things that we would love to see added to the bill is maybe to have the Secretary of State define what could be on the document. I don't know if that's in the committee sub or
not. The sub actually does give the Secretary of State approval that they can submit to the Secretary of State.
Okay.
The language.
Then the other one that we would love to see added to this to make sure all elections are equal and fair. Right now, these documents are coming from the party to the person administrating the election. We would almost like to see the person administrating the elections make this document and hand out so it is uniform. In fact, we would like to see it two-sided, where the Republicans are on one side and the Democrats are on the other side. That way you have an equal number of these documents at a polling location, i.e., let's say it's a Democrat polling location, you could possibly run out of the Democrat pamphlet and still have the Republicans left. If it's two-sided, you can use it for either party. And that way if you run out for both parties. It wouldn't be just a party. It could possibly be left out. So we would like to see the election administrators actually have more sides, more handout of the actual election supplies, and then make this two-sided so you have equal numbers.
That could be confusing too.
Yes. So.
Okay. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you all very much.
And last witness is Resource Secretary of State. Would you like to comment on that? No? Yes? Why not? Come on. You've been quiet all day long. Keith.
Exactly, that's hard for me. Committee, Keith Ingram from the Elections Division, Texas Secretary of State's office. The committee sub sounds like it is a good direction to go, and we are perfectly willing to take on that responsibility and do what we need to do.
And here's a question. You know, as you said, taking on the responsibility would also be notifying all the county chairmen to make sure, I guess, when the election administrator chooses the judges, that they tell them you must pass this out.
Right.
So
We're going to have a seminar for county chairs later
Okay.
this year, and that's definitely one of the things we would hit if this bill were to pass.
Okay, and it's needed because there's
Sure.
so much confusion out there. All right.
Yeah, and what Mr. Johnson was saying about combined
Yeah.
polling places, you have that in countywide situations as well,
That's right.
where the precinct, you could vote anywhere in the county, but your precinct convention needs to be at one place, and so it's a good notice to give the voters in those counties.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the two-sided thing? Could that be that could be something for discussion?
Right.
Okay.
What
the chairs all think would best work for their county?
Exactly. That's what I was thinking, that could be hammered out locally between the two party chairs and their election
Good
administrator.
point. Good point. Any other questions? All right. Thanks, Keith. With that, chair calls up Vice Chair vote to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. I'm going to work with the stakeholder, the Republican chair, and look into the size of 8.5 by 11, just like you mentioned, and try to fix it, and we'll come up with another substitute.
Well, I don't even know if you need another sub for that. It sounded like, you've got the basic parameter in there.
Okay.
And then that could be something that could be worked out with the Secretary of State.
Okay.
I think so. I mean, I think your substitute pretty much covered it. Do y'all have any other comments on that?
So with that, I will ask for your favorable
Sure.
consideration.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members.
So with that, we withdraw the sub, and Chair leaves House Bill 1639 pending at this time. Okay, we're rocking. And the chair calls up Representative Bernal to lay out House Bill 199.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee members, I know that this is running long, so I'll try to give you the Cliff Notes version of my layout. HB 199 seeks to remove the 10-county cap on countywide polling places. Countywide polling places is the practice that the Secretary of State allows some counties to engage in, where they conduct their election day elections the way that they conduct their early voting elections, where people can go to any polling place. They're not tethered to their precinct. So far, there are 42 counties that do this. There's not been any report of any of the approved counties having any negative situations or consequences. For the most part, it seems to increase voter turnout. 3 of the committee members have it active in their counties. We sort of believe that the 10-county cap was essentially a set of training wheels to make sure that the state and the counties could get it right. They wanted to perfect the process. We believe at this point it's been perfected, and there's no reason why other counties can't participate. I've been told, and you'll hear some of the testimony today from the witnesses, that some counties are hesitant to engage in some of the preliminary processes, like buying new voting machines, because they don't want to go through that expense to be told after that by the state that they can't participate. So we believe that by removing the cap, it'll encourage them to participate, and then they can get on with it. But really, this makes it permissive. There is no mandate. There is no fiscal note. We just want to make what's already available to some counties available to all if they choose to do so. And with that, I will entertain any questions and certainly reserve the right to close.
Any questions, members? Okay. Oh, Representative.
Just a brief comment.
Yes, sir.
Representative Burnell, I can tell you, in Fort Bend County, we have countywide voting places, and it has worked very, very efficient for our county. And I certainly think that early on it was a pilot, and it's worked out extremely well. And I think you have a good bill.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. And you want to reserve the right to close?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
So on this bill, we have 9 folks signed up to testify, just FYI. All right, chair calls up Brad Parsons. Brad here. Come on down. Okay, we don't see Brad. So, what do we do when they're not here? We just skip. All right, chair calls up Alan Vera.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying against HB 199. We believe that elections do not belong to the government, that elections belong to the people. The only sure way to ensure that elections continue to belong to the people is to have as many as possible directly involved in the conduct of the elections, not just by voting, but actually being involved in the conduct of the elections themselves. To the degree that citizen involvement in the conduct of elections is discouraged or capped by countywide polling, we see the credibility of our elections diminish among the public. Most citizens are already leery of the conduct and effectiveness of government bureaucracies. Bureaucracies are not highly regarded by the grassroots. We fear that expansion of countywide voting will inadvertently create an albeit unofficial election bureaucracy standing between the people and the conduct of their elections. Some would say the countywide pilot programs for voting has already shown up to be effective and cost efficient. We won't argue with that. We believe that pilot programs need to be measured over a longer period of time because only time will reveal the full impact of a new bureaucratic layer between the citizens and involvement in their elections. Today, voters in most Texas counties can say, because I helped run it, I'm sure the election was done fairly. We don't want to wake up to some tomorrow where voters say those election bureaucrats have stolen another one. We have not yet had time to measure the full cultural impact of countywide polling. We should be looking at generational changes, not just the quick results from some laboratory experiments. Plato said those who are not actively involved in government are doomed to be ruled by fools. Let's not rush to prove him right in Texas. We recommend you not let 199 out of this committee in this session. Questions?
Well, Alan, I'll tell you, we do countywide voting in Collin County. We were one of the pilots, and yeah, I was a little apprehensive, but I got to tell you, I like it. And we talked about making some other changes, and trying, concern over long lines, and it was nice because you would hear maybe the Allen location had lines wrapped 10 times around the building, but I could go to, McKinney and nobody showed up, and I could vote quick and move on. And it really comes down to the integrity of who is running the election, as you said, and that's who the county commissioners select as their election administrator to choose good, honest election judges. Whether you have them precinct by precinct or area by area, if you don't have good, honest election judges, it ain't going to matter how you do it.
May I ask you a question on the county experience? Do you know the number of citizens appointed as judges, alternate judges, and clerks prior to countywide polling and then afterward?
No, I don't.
I think you'll find, if you check it, it has declined precipitously.
We're having a hard time getting folks to work elections.
The
know that.
The danger of that is the natural human tendency is let somebody else do it. And in Harris County, I got to tell you, there is nothing more exhilarating than going to the county clerk's warehouse for the distribution of equipment to see literally several thousand people showing up, high-fiving each other across party lines and picking up their gear to go be part of the process. Makes a huge difference. And it may be that the difficulty you're starting to see in getting people to show up and volunteer or to work is because they've now shifted into that old gear about it's somebody else's job.
It was happening before, trust me.
Okay.
I can tell you that. But
that's a shame.
I see your point.
That's
I get
a shame.
Your point. No, I know. I get your point.
Other
Definitely.
questions?
Any other questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. And next witness is it Chris Davis? Okay. Chair calls up Chris Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Committee. Chris Davis, Texas Association of Election Administrators, testifying for House Bill 199. In Williamson County, too, I also believe that elections belong to the people. And in Williamson County, the people have spoken. they love vote centers. They're so successful that we need to promote early voting because so many folks were realizing the benefit of being able to choose any location on election day and waiting for their choices. And lines had been forming at some of these locations where we had to go back and through social media actually promote, hey, don't forget about early voting and the 2 weeks of county-wide polling that you have in early voting in the system. The data is in, the training wheels are off, the data is in, and what we've done is we've seen, we've reduced the number of sites. This is true. In 2015, when there were arguments against polling places in this committee, one of the arguments against was, senior members of a given precinct can't go to their neighborhood location to vote. Well, in my county, Williamson County, they have a 3 and 4 chance of going to the same location that they went to before because there was a reduction in sites, but we kept generally the same sites. And I'm sure in other member counties in my association, that's the case as well. There hasn't been a wholesale change in the locations. There's been a reduction in the locations, but the options haven't been limited. There may have been a 20% reduction in sites through the county, but there was a 6,000% increase in election day options for a voter on election day. In other words, they had, in precinct by precinct, one site to go to on election day. In my county, this past election in 2016, November, they had 62 locations that they could go to. So just an incredible opening up of options they had. Costs went down. If there have been numbers in our association thrown about where personnel, the most expensive cost in an election is personnel, $450 per day per site. We reduced sites. We were able to save costs. We were able to increase the number of machines that we had at these locations to serve more people. And again, they love it. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Vice Chair Israel.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
I want to applaud all of you that do this type of work. As I've gotten to know you all as professionals, I am concerned that people are suggesting that there is hidden agendas and suggesting fraud where our good county employees are doing the best they can with the resources that they have. So, first of all, thank you all caring so much to be here in a regular manner for what can be a very dry topic. Do you feel as though the voters deserve more options in this day and age of when we want to encourage people to exercise their right to vote?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Do you think there's anything untoward or risky to the voting system by having these options presented to the voter?
Not if planned properly, not if staffed adequately, not if deployed equipment, enough equipment was deployed for the machines. It doesn't necessarily mean less locations, less people. You can have more folks at fewer locations to handle the expected increase that we've seen in Williamson County.
And in Williamson County, you learn from each cycle how you're going to adjust or not.
Yes, ma'am.
As you move forward, correct?
We have.
What have you learned as you have implemented this process?
We've learned that we've got to analyze how people live and how people go about their day on election day and really identify those existing precinct locations that follow along the travel route or the commute route of voters and really deploy enough personnel, enough equipment there. We've learned that we've got to really give voters options to plan, and I think Jackie had mentioned on another bill, we have an option where voters can check on their phone app. They have to use this, of course, 100 feet outside of the polling place, Representative Fallon, but and check where the shortest line is at any one of these locations, and they can actually pick their location on election day, and we have an estimated wait time on the phone, identifying green, yellow, red, where voters can go and get the GPS or directions to a location. It just opens up so many opportunities to really get more information to the voter and have them use their time on election day because they waited for election day. Have them use their time wisely.
Thank you for all you do.
Oh, Rep. Fallon.
Sir, just a quick question, and not about the phones yet, but isn't it easier? What do you say to people that say it's easier to vote in their neighborhood than it would be to drive further to a polling location. or
I
central
say,
location.
depending on the county, Representative Fallon, there's a 60 to 75% chance that that location in their neighborhood remained and was converted into a vote center. In other words, those locations oftentimes have been retained because they've been ADA approved, they've worked well, and we've been able to actually throw more machines on them and open them up to other people just outside of that community or across town or across the county. So generally, we've kept most of those quote-unquote neighborhood locations and just open them up to everybody else in the county.
So how many voting centers do you have?
In the presidential election, we had 62.
62. And then how many?
Excuse me, presidential election 2016, 62.
62. And did you have vote centers in 2012?
No, sir. We had precinct by precinct. We had 86.
86.
In 2012.
So you did lose some. You lost about a quarter.
Yes, sir. About 19%, I believe, by my rough math.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, members? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls up. Let's see. Next one is Vona Hudson. Vona.
I have it pronounced many ways. Thank you. Vonda Hudson, Tom Green County Elections Administrator, testifying as Election Administrator for Tom Green County in favor of this bill. I was appointed in December of 2006, and vote centers or countywide polling places were started shortly thereafter. And it was something that really piqued my interest and something that I thought our voters would benefit from. Because of this section of the law that only allows certain numbers of counties to participate in this countywide polling place, we were not able to actually pursue implementing it until 2014, and that was when we held our first countywide election with countywide polling places. It was very well received by our voters. They liked any time that we were telling a voter, where do I go vote? We said you can go anywhere that we have a location open on Election Day. They were thrilled because we had a lot of issues with, depending on what entity we were conducting an election for, it might be held here one time, it might be held somewhere else the next time. So we were moving locations depending on where the entity ordered the elections to be held. This has allowed us to have much more consistency with our polling places. Our entities have embraced this and continued to hold in all of those locations that we originally set up. Prior to countywide locations, we had 26 polling places. We have 20. So we did, as Chris did, we maintained a lot of the previous locations that we had. We were able to maintain those, so we were able to stay in neighborhoods, and we had good access to those locations and so forth. Some of the things that we have also seen is that, as you said, it's getting harder and harder to recruit poll workers. And so this has allowed us to get a little more consistent with being able to recruit people to work the elections. And the one thing that I really like is before, voters don't always understand the rules and regulations of going to vote. You know, I'm registered here, I have to go and vote in that particular precinct. With countywide, you don't have to do that anymore. So prior to votes, or I call them vote centers, sorry, countywide polling places, we would see a lot of people showing up to the polls at 6:45. They would be in the wrong location, they would have to vote provisionally, and we could not count that ballot. Now you will never be in the wrong precinct. You can go ahead and vote wherever you show up in the countywide polling places. So I'm very much in favor of offering this to more counties. I think that our voters in the state of Texas would benefit if we have more options for them to use this countywide voting. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls up Manny Garcia. Come on down.
Manny Garcia with Texas Democratic Party in support of House Bill 199. As has been said before, the voter centers have been highly popular across Texas. For working families, this is incredibly convenient. We ought to be making it easier for folks to vote. This gets the job done, and we strongly support the bill.
Okay. Any questions? No. Thank you. All right. Chair calls up Jacqueline Callanan. Jacqueline, tell me how to say your last name again. I'm going to have to do it phonetically. Callanan? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. Jackie Callanan, Bexar County Elections Administrator, in speaking for this wonderful bill. We heard my representative use the term, it's time to take the training wheels off, and that's what we would strongly support. I would like to, again, get down in the weeds with you a little bit. In Bexar County, we are unable to have countywide polling places on election day. Bexar County was one of the standard bearers for electronic voting, and we purchased our units in 2002, which was pre-HAVA. We're still using those units 15 years later, which is, pretty amazing. Those units limit us to being able to hold 250 precincts at any one of those, to use Vanna's term, vote centers. If they go above the 250, then we have to harvest those votes using the flashcards, the model that we do for early voting. But when early voting closes, we have many hours to harvest those votes. And I think we've spoiled the media, spoiled our voters, and people want those results for that 10 o'clock news. In Bexar County, because we have 712 precincts, you can see the disparity between having a 250 limit and 712. So we would have to harvest the votes using flashcards. So at this time, we cannot move forward. However, we're really excited because the Secretary of State's office has recently certified 2 systems, and the county is now looking forward. And that is one of the main reasons so that we can move to the county-wide polling. Representative Larson, he's my commissioner forever, mentioned that for, it came automatic, I'm sorry, but in Bexar County, 65% of our people come to early voting. They understand that process. They love it. They've absolutely
embrace it.
I was trying to look for a strong word, but you're right, Chairman. That's exactly what it is. But you know what? On Election Day, we still have, just like Vanna said, people going to the wrong polls. And as I get into the weeds with you, in the 2016 election in Bexar County, we had 1,963 provisional ballots. Not too bad. Of those, 402 were people who went to the wrong poll site on Election Day. And we disenfranchised 402 voters. And that's our real issue. So please, I stand in favor of it. Please consider taking the cap off of this wonderful, wonderful program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Chair calls up John Lucy.
Again, I'm John Busey, representing the Democratic Party County Chairs Association. I stand in support of this bill. I am also in Williamson County, the party chair there for the Democratic Party. As Chris said, it works great for us, although it is slightly fewer sites, as Representative Fallon brought up. Having the app and the feature to go to where there's less of a line creates enormous convenience. We can vote on our way to work. We can vote while we're picking up our kids. We're not limited, and it does allow us, just with mainly the thing is it's convenient. I'd like to see the cap lift so other counties can embrace this as well. So thank you. We're in support of this bill.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Chair calls up Laura Presley.
If I could pass these out. And Chair, this is for you.
Okay. Go ahead and hand it to the clerk, Michelle. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. And as she's handing those out, I'm Dr. Laura Presley. I'm a member of the Republican Party here in Travis County. I'm a precinct chair. I was a delegate to the Texas Republican Party convention that we had last May. And I'm also representing the Travis County Republican Party. Also, I'm an election integrity activist. I've gone around the state in the last year and a half, and I've given about 130 presentations.
And your position?
Oh, against. Okay. Yes, against this bill. I've given over 130 presentations across the state of Texas, from Midland to Denton, Collin County, Galveston County, Longview, East Texas, and everywhere in between. And what's interesting is the countywide voting It really is a question of convenience versus election integrity and checks and balances. So we have to weigh out, is it more important to have convenience, or is it more important to have election integrity and checks and balances? The presentation that I've handed you, if we want to kind of walk through that, I want to give you kind of the bullet points of why countywide is a bad idea. Counties are held to inconsistent standards for retention of mandated paper backup records called results tapes. As a committee, you're probably familiar that counties that do countywide, it just takes too long to print that backup tape, that paper backup. That's required by law, Chapter 66.022 of the Election Code. So counties that are countywide versus precinct level are held to different standards and records retentions as required by law. So there's a legal issue with the two types of voting types. Also, electronic voting system software is inconsistent by vendors. One vendor can print a results tape for countywide and one can't. Well, that's kind of interesting. You don't have consistency across vendors. We're on page 2 of the presentation. Precinct level accountability is at risk. And in Travis County this last November, we had duplicate voters voting. We had over 70 people. That has been turned in to the district attorney in Travis County because of duplicate voting on Election Day. Also, the big hitter is that Republican Party platform of Texas opposes countywide. We had our convention in last May. Item 59 of our platform, our election integrity platform, says Republican Party opposes countywide polling due to heightened potential for fraud. And that was rolled up by many counties across the state that said we don't like countywide because we have a legal issue, we have a consistency issue, we're not printing the results tapes, and we want it gone. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the law. On page, I think it's page 3, there's a detailed description of the two statutes, 66.022 and 66.024, that require precinct election returns to be submitted to counties for backup records. It's a paper backup record. Why do precinct voting and countywide voting, why are they not consistent in the requirements in the application? So election judges have to print the tapes, sign the tapes, poll watchers sign the tapes, and they're retained by the county. If you go to page 4, this is the Secretary of State's own judge's handbook from last September. On page 54, it talks about the same statutes we just said, 66.022, that says results tapes have to be printed for DREs across the state. Why is countywide and precinct level standards different for backup paper records for electronic voting? Page 5 shows you an example of what a precinct return, a tally tape, looks like. It has every candidate and the number of votes that each got at that precinct. Harris County prints them on Election Day. Travis County does not. Collin County prints them because they use the ES&S voting system. The counties that have Hart InterCivic don't print them. We don't have consistency across the state of Texas for backup records for elections. All right, let's skip through a couple of pages. So how is this happening? The Secretary of State's office, Mr. Ingram's office, is giving waivers to counties to not follow law. I could not find a statute anywhere in the election code that says that a bureaucrat in the Secretary of State's office can give a waiver to law, and that's what's happening. Hart InterCivic and ES&S are very different systems from a software standpoint. Let's go to page 10. What I want to do, I've outlined the counties, and this is a partial list of counties that use precinct polling and counties that use countywide polling. Counties that print the tapes on Election Day at the end of the poll, when the poll's closed, at Harris County, Dallas County, Tarrant County, Bexar County, El Paso, Denton, Rockwall, y'all print your tapes. If you go to the countywide polling, Parker County, Tom Green, Lubbock, Randall, Travis, Brazos, Brazoria, Fort Bend, Galveston, Eastland, they don't print the tapes. Why do we have different rules for different counties? Every permutation possible is happening. Even counties that do countywide, that use ES&S, Representative Laubenberg, Collin, y'all print them. Okay, but the other ones, the Hart InterCivics do not. So we have a difference in vendor and their capabilities. That's not okay with the Republican Party of Texas and Travis County. I'm representing the Travis County Republican Party, which we do countywide, and we oppose it vehemently. All right, if you can go to the election integrity page, the Republican Party of Texas opposes it, and I'm going to read the platform. We oppose countywide polling locations due to heightened potential for fraud. That passed in our convention at 90%. 90% of delegates, I was a delegate, passed that platform. Okay. Then one thing I wanted to provide, this is another sheet right here. This documents, I've gone all over the state talking about these tapes. Why are the tapes being printed for some counties? Why are tapes not being printed for others? And we had a press conference last October. We wanted all the tapes printed for every county in the state consistently. And we got people all across the state of Texas to sign on to this letter to the governor. And interesting, I want to read a few names. Joanne Fleming, Kathy Adams, the Wilkes family in Eastland County, Russ Ramsland, Ray Myers, Mike Olcott from Parker County. And I want to let you know who else is on here. LULAC, League of United Latin American Citizens. Have you ever seen a letter that Joanne Fleming signed with LULAC? You've got it right here. Okay, this is a nonpartisan issue, guys. We want those tapes printed, and countywide ensures they're not. Okay, this is very powerful. You've got 140 cities represented, and you've got examples of the letter that happened. The Republican Party disagrees with it. We've got cross-partisan, Libertarian, Green Party, LULAC, Joanne Fleming, Kathy Adams, Russ Ramsland, all agreeing on the same thing. We want the tapes printed.
Okay, can we stick to the bill?
This is it. Yes, ma'am. But this has to do with the tapes because countywide, they're not printed.
Okay.
We want them printed.
We're talking about his bill.
Yes.
I got to keep it narrow.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
we could go off.
I hear you.
And
I hear
it
you.
simply takes the cap off the Secretary of State approving.
And we,
so it
Republican-
doesn't set up anything new. It's just
right.
And that's what we got to focus on.
Right.
Please.
And the
Thank
Republican
you.
Party of Texas opposes countywide polling due to heightened potential for fraud. Okay, and I'm here for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions? Rep. Fallon. Oh, well, he'll come up next, yeah. Any questions, members? Oh.
Madam Chair, I have
Vice Chair.
just a quick one. Ms. Presley, I noticed there's 2 individuals with LULAC on your list.
Yes.
There's like 100 LULACs in Texas.
Yes, but this is the chair of the Texas Civil Rights Committee of LULAC. He signed it, Rodolfo Martinez. Yes. He's a chair.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Very much. Okay. So last but never least is our Secretary of State. And Chair calls up Keith Ingram.
Good afternoon, Keith Ingram, Director of the Elections Division, Texas Secretary of State, here on the bill as a resource witness, ready to answer any questions.
Rep. Fallon.
Yeah, just to address the past witness concern over the tapes, and were waivers granted and why?
Sure. So it's, well, like everything in election law, it's complicated. The Texas Election Code was codified in 1985, and at that time there was a baseline assumption that everybody votes on Election Day and that everybody uses hand-counted paper ballots. And that is the way the code remains structured to this day. So that 66.022 and 66.023 that were being referenced before, those are hand-counted paper ballot Election Day requirements. So over the years, in 1987, early voting began. Along the way, there were electronic voting systems that were introduced. And Chapter 121.002 says that, or I'm sorry, 121.001 says that the other titles of this code apply to an election in which a voting system, that means an electronic voting system, is used, except to the extent that a provision is inconsistent with this title or cannot feasibly be applied in an election using a voting system. So you take the baseline requirements related to voting with paper, And then you say if you're going to use electronic voting system, all those requirements apply unless they're inconsistent with this chapter or can't feasibly be applied. Then the election code in chapter 129.002, which is chapter 129 is specifically the direct recording electronic device chapter of the election code. It says in 129.002C, the Secretary of State shall prescribe any procedures necessary to implement this chapter and to ensure the orderly and proper administration of elections using DREs, right? So we got 121.001, paper provisions apply unless they don't. 129.002, Secretary of State is charged with the responsibility of making DREs work. Then you go to 43.007, and it says in A, the Secretary of State shall implement a program to allow each Commissioner's Court to use a countywide program using DREs, right? So we've got this thing where the election code in the 60s say that when you start voting on election day, you open the ballot box to see if there's any ballots in it, right? That's what the election code says to do. You can't do that with a electronic voting machine. So what we have to do is, as the Secretary of State's office, we've been charged with the responsibility of coming up with something that's the equivalent, right? And we've got to do it in a countywide polling place program for DREs. So that's what we've done. We have an electronic voting system advisory that requires the printing of zero tapes before an election to show there's 0 votes on the machine, and they require the tally tapes at the end of an election to show the number of votes cast on that machine that day, right? That's what our electronic voting system advisory says. That's not state law, that's our advisory.
Okay.
All right? So in a countywide situation, we've got 3 different vendors who do countywide. We've got in Collin County, the Premier system, which is by Diebold, Dominion Voting Now. We've got ES&S and we've got HART. The Diebold Premier and the ES&S can be configured by software when they're setting up the election to run a summary zero tape when you turn on the machine. So they're able to be configured to run a summary instead of the full zero tape, because in a countywide system, if you have to run the full zero tape, which is every race for every ballot style for the whole election in the whole county, that's a long tape, right? And so they hard code them, well, they change the programming on those to run a summary at the beginning of the day.
When you say summaries, are we talking Collin County, the way Collin County does it?
That's what Collin County does, right? And the S&S counties, Williamson, they print a summary zero tape, which is showing exactly what you want, which is no votes on the machine before the election starts. That's what the election code says, open the ballot box to make sure there aren't any ballots in it. So at the end of the day, they're coded, those 2 systems, to run a summary tally tape. So they run all the races one time with all the vote totals next to them. HART can't do that. HART can't be reconfigured to run less than the full zero tape when you open the machine, or less than the full tally tape when you close the machine at the end of the day. So what we've done in our office is we've issued the so-called waiver letters that say that HART can run the same report that ES&S and Dominion run in countywide, which is the summary report. It's just that the election judge has to do it manually at the beginning of the day. So they run the zero tape summary report at the beginning of the day, and they run the tally tape summary report at the end of the day showing the number of votes on the machine. So that's exactly the same as the other countywide polling place programs. The only difference is it doesn't come automatically when you turn on the machine. The machine already had to be turned on at the warehouse.
So they're actually running the tape?
Yes, ma'am.
So how did it get confused?
And incidentally, this claim that the tapes aren't being run in Hart counties was made in an election contest filed by Ms. Presley, and that claim was the subject of sanctions at the trial court, and it was the subject of upheld sanctions at the Third Court of Appeals. In fact, the Third Court of Appeals says at the time that the 6th amended petition was filed, Dr. Presley and her lawyer knew or should have known that the claim was false, and they made it anyway. And that was the reason why the Third Court of Appeals upheld the sanctions. So it's a false claim.
So these the counties, and we have a handout on page 10 that are not printing the tapes. That it's Parker, Tom Green, Lubbock, Randall, Taylor, Travis, and some others all the way down to Eastland. So they did print tapes.
Every single county using a DRE prints a report at the beginning of the day showing 0 votes on the machine, and every single county using a DRE prints a report at the end of the day showing the number of votes cast on that machine. If they're not, then I want to hear about it and I want to go talk to them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Swanson.
Could the difference be that these HART machines will only run a summary instead of giving the specific votes in every race in every precinct?
That's exactly correct. The difference is that it's a summary report, and the difference is that the HART machine, what the poll workers have to do at the end of the day is print that summary manually and suspend the machine and not shut it down. So then it gets shut down and the full tally tape run back at the warehouse.
Okay, but these
Because
other
the point-
machines will do a more thorough tape then, you're saying?
No, not for countywide.
Okay.
Because it's the same problem. It would be too long. So they print a summary report. Now the difference is the summary report looks different. For ES&S and Premier machines, the summary report there shows the actual tallies for each race. The summary report for the HART just shows the number of votes. But the thing is that 66022 and 023 are precinct returns. You don't have precinct returns at the polling place in a countywide polling place. You have precinct returns at central count. So that precinct return is going to get filled out by the presiding judge of central count in countywide polling places. The precinct or the polling place is not the place for a precinct return, because in countywide, precinct 147 could have voted all over the county. So they can't do a precinct return at the polling location.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions for the Secretary of State? Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
Okay. And we had one more witness sign up to testify. Let's see. Okay. And who is? Okay. Why isn't it showing on my thing? Hold on. We had somebody just. Oh, Kara Sands. Chair calls up Kara Sands.
Thank you. My name is Kara Sands. I'm the Nueces County Clerk, and I am here to testify for the bill. We implemented vote centers this year, and they're great. Everyone loved them. They're convenient. For teachers, loved them because teachers could vote at their schools instead of having, if they didn't live, their precincts were across town. So it was convenient. If you work downtown, you could vote downtown instead of having to race home and get to your precinct. So, you know what? It's a great program, and we were ranked successful by Secretary of State's office, so we love them. My county does. With regards to the tapes, I wish I had known about not having the summary. We ran the tapes. We had a few judges that were concerned about exactly what the witness had stated, and I offered. I said, you know what? After you come back, you turn in the equipment. If you want to stay, I'll stay with you. You can run the tapes. It took 4 hours. They declined, but the next day we had 100 JBCs from the HART equipment, and we ran the tapes. Took 4 hours and 10 rolls of tape for each.
And you made those accessible to the judges. Okay.
Yeah, they wanted to come in. So we did that. That was a choice that we made. And so I guess if a county wants to do it, they can. But, they were successful. And so I really want to just say that
Any questions?
Get.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so that ends everyone who has signed up to testify. Is there anyone else who wants to testify that didn't sign up? All right. With that, Chair recognizes Representative Burnell to close.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I think that we've addressed some of the concerns, but I wanted to just take a minute to address some of the concerns I heard from my colleagues here. The first is that let's remember that this doesn't change the process that a county would have to go through. The Secretary of State still has the authority to say okay or not okay when someone applies. When it comes to the number of polling locations, there's no requirement that they shrink it. In fact, some of the jurisdictions have either kept the number they have or expanded it. The second thing is that there is a public process that is required. So they have to engage the public to tell them what they'd like to do, and the public has an opportunity to chime in. And the Secretary of State examines where the public is before they grant the green light or the red light. And I think we talked a little bit about election employees and the exhilaration of watching them pick up their gear and give each other five. But I would say that the reason I'm here, and let me just be frank with you guys for a minute, this program was created, piloted, and administered under Republican legislatures. Most of the counties where it's active are Republican counties. So what am I doing here, right? the point is that the most important thing to me and everyone else, I'd like to think, is that the real exhilaration is looking at your county and seeing participation go up 10, 15, 20, 25% in voter turnout. That's what this is about. This is about access. This is about participation. It doesn't benefit one party more than the other. It's just about making sure that people's ability to vote is made easy, that it's streamlined, and that we actually don't burden the government more than we need to. And so with that, I close. I ask for your consideration. If there are any questions, I'll take them, but otherwise, I appreciate your time very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Oh, yes, Representative Reynolds.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Representative Bernal, but it's my understanding the way it worked in Fort Bend was after a series of public meetings and public participation, getting the public's participation and feedback, the commissioners then decided where those voting centers would be located. So in other words, it's local control. I mean, the counties where the voting centers are located, they're the ones that decide where these polls are located.
Absolutely. There's nothing stopping a community from getting together and saying, we're for this as long as you keep every single polling place that's in effect now. The community can do that. And it's up to the Commissioner's Court to respond to it, but there's nothing stopping them from doing that. This is not necessarily a situation where government will decide for the community. If the community rebels or they don't like it, the Secretary of State says, you're missing part 2 of 3, and so, no.
I just wanted to make that clear, because I know that there was a lot of input from the precinct judges within Fort Bend County where I'm at, and Democrats and Republicans were both appointed. They studied it, and they said that this is very good. Both parties decided it was good, and then they determined where the locations were.
That's right.
And that was really the only dispute, is where we're going to put these centers at. After a lot of debate and dialogue, they went with the places where the need was there the most. They couldn't put it everywhere because of cost. You know, that was the only thing that stopped them from putting in more. It was efficiency in terms of cost.
That's right. And to my colleagues, we're not creating a program. This is a pre-existing program. We're just trying to make it eligible to every county that would like to do it. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Representative. With that, the chair leaves pending House Bill 199. I'd also like to make an announcement that House Bill 558 by Representative Gutierrez has been put on hold for the moment at the request of the bill author. So if any of you are here to testify on or for or against House Bill 558, it is pulled off the list and for a future date. So, having said that, Chair calls up House Bill 521 and recognizes Representative Schofield.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members. This is a very simple bill. Under current law, there are several circumstances in which a county's voter registrar is to immediately take someone off the voter rolls. If they get notice that the person now resides outside the county, is deceased, has been finally adjudged mentally incapacitated, convicted of a felony, and several other circumstances. This bill simply would add that the person, when called to jury duty, affirmatively stated that they are not a citizen. As you know, and as we clarified last session, being a citizen of the United States is actually a requirement in order to be able to be a registered voter. So we have a person who would have gone to jury duty, affirmatively stated, I'm not eligible to be a registered voter, I am not a citizen of this country. And under current law, instead of taking them off the voter rolls, we send them a letter and they are given an opportunity to come and present evidence that they actually are a citizen of the United States after swearing to us that they are not in order to get out of jury duty. That seems a very unnecessary step. We're not talking about people that we have determined are not citizens. We are talking about people who have brought it to our attention that they're not citizens. It kind of seems silly to have to go give them notice of what they told us when they were called to jury duty. I believe there are some witnesses who can further illuminate how this works, and I reserve the right to close and certainly would answer any questions.
Okay, any questions, members?
Does this actually happen, Mike?
Representative Larson, Chairman Larson.
Yeah, is this actually happened?
Indeed it does.
Okay.
And-
Explain.
And you're going to, I believe one of the Harris County folks has a bunch of numbers for you.
Okay, that's great.
Do you have a question? Okay, thank you. And you reserve the right to close?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, for those of you who like the numbers, we have 8 registered to testify, and the chair calls up Alan Vera.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in support of HB 521. I think everyone on this committee is, I'm sure, publicly dedicated to election integrity, but too many people believe that election integrity involves only the process of conducting the election itself, and that's not true. Proper legal voter registration is an equally critical component of true election integrity. Anybody who's been around the oil patch understands that the quality of the final product from processing plants and refineries is dependent on the quality of the feedstock. Though it may be an unflattering analogy, voter registrations are the feedstocks for election, and low-quality feedstock definitely leads to a problem with the final product. The process of vetting voter registrations, applications, or of challenging voter registrations that do not appear right in Texas is already very difficult. In Texas and the entire U.S., there's no such thing as a searchable database of citizens. Think about that. There's no searchable database of citizens in the U.S. The voter registration, vetting, and challenge process needs all the help it can get. This bill simply states that if a person publicly states he or she is not a citizen, the voter registrar takes them off the voter registration rolls. The bill doesn't call for DNA testing, warrantless searches of people's homes, wiretaps, or even TSA pre-boarding checks. The bill simply says if the person states they're not a citizen, we take them at their word. If you believe in and want election integrity, as I'm sure we all do, you need to believe in and want the highest quality feedstock for the election process. Please approve HB 521 and send it on to the full House. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Alan. Chair calls up Robert Nolan.
Hi, my name is Robert Nolan, N-O-L-E-N. I am a director with the Harris County District Clerk's Office. We are here in support of the bill. I'm going to speak just briefly about the numbers. I know there's already been a question about it. In the last 5 years, we have disqualified nearly 5,000 people for non-citizenship of jury duty. We are averaging about 920 a year, thereabouts. And those are only the people that we know about. For example, last year, we exempted 135,000 people from jury duty for various reasons. There was another 163,000 who didn't even come and didn't tell us why. So we assume that part of those people had valid exemptions or disqualifications. They just didn't share it. So the numbers are real. It is an issue, and this is it's sort of a cleanup bill. It just allows us from county to go to the next logical step without taking a bunch of smaller steps to get to where we need to be. And that's really all I have. If you have any questions.
I do have questions.
Sure.
Who were you with again? What office?
The Harris County District Clerk.
So, comparing your process to the Travis County process, how do you let the tax office, who keeps the voter rolls, know? What's the mechanics of communicating with one another?
We are electronic. We have so many that we do, and I think I might even have it here for last year.
You remove 920 people a year from the voter rolls.
No, those the exact number is our average is 917 a year, and we're not removing them. Those are people who simply got a jury notice and showed up or turned it in and said, "Hey guys, can't serve, not a citizen."
So there's 917 people a year.
On average, for the last 5 years.
Said, I can't do jury duty because I'm not a citizen.
That is correct.
But how do you communicate with the district clerk's office?
The district clerk's office, we're electronic. We send it to We send all of our data electronically, and I believe it goes to Secretary of State. Don't hold me to that. I'm not.
So the tax office, who keeps the voter rolls,
I think I believe, and my partners at the county clerk can probably share more information about that. We hold the data for the jurors, who come, who doesn't, why they don't come.
so the jury information is in your hands first.
Correct.
You're the first ones to find out and get this list of 900 people that
Yes, ma'am.
that said we can't do jury duty because we're not citizens.
That's correct. And those are the people who reply.
Okay, then I'll save the rest of my questions for the clerks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Chair calls up George Hammerling.
Hello, my name is George Hammerline with the Harris County Clerk's Office, and we're in support of the bill.
Okay.
And just the statements I think before are pretty good. We just think if someone swears and affirms they're not a citizen, we take them at their word. And then one of the provisions of the bill would send the data as well to the county clerk's office, and we just kind of like to do that. Not that we would remove anyone from the roll. We just like the ability to see if someone says they're not a citizen, then we can see it, after the election for reports and analysis. But it just makes it more timely, and if we're the one conducting the election, we like to be able to, I think, just keep records and just ensure that it's done in an expeditious fashion, because we get asked all the time, is anyone from this stockpile ever voting? And we said, we don't know. We don't get that list.
So how do you
Vice Chair Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How do you advise the voters that you've been informed that they are not eligible to vote?
We don't. I guess I don't understand the question. How do we inform people they're not allowed to vote?
Do you send a note to the voters to say that
No,
says?
ma'am. Our office doesn't. That would be the voter registrar's office.
Okay. Okay, I'll wait because
All right.
that's what I'm trying to get at is
All right.
is letting the person know
Yes.
that that there should not have been on the voter rolls.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
It's not
Harris
our
County is a little unique than the rest of the state, isn't it? In that, isn't Harris County different than the rest of the state? In
We hear
many
that all the
ways.
time.
Yes. And that y'all split your election duties.
Yes, ma'am. The county clerk conducts the election, and the tax assessor collector is the voter registrar.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? No? Thank you. Okay. Next witness. Chair calls up Bill Fairbrother.
Bill Fairbrother, Texas Republican County Chairman's Association. In the spirit of time, we're certainly in favor of this bill. It seems like a common sense measure. One global suggestion, there have been some bills earlier where in the interest of time I just merely registered for or on. If we could just make sure that's included in the record with the new
It
software
is.
and stuff.
Yeah, it actually is. I'm not calling it out because that would
Okay.
take a long time to do.
Thank y'all.
So, sure. And I don't have to do it. It's not a point of order. I promise y'all. Okay, no questions, and the chair calls up Manny Garcia.
Manny Garcia, Texas Democratic Party in opposition of House Bill 521. Clearly, we support removing non-citizens from the voter rolls. Anecdotally, though, it is our understanding that a significant number of people may answer non-citizen in order to get out of jury duty. They were never told. And this bill does not lay out any process for warning this person that saying non-citizen, declaring non-citizen is going to affect your ability to vote. This bill is also unclear on how a person who may have been a non-citizen at the moment of being called up for jury duty, but then becomes a citizen afterwards, how does that person who at one point had been flagged by a county, how does that person become a voter after they're now in fact a citizen? So there are a number of concerns about how the way people could reinstate themselves. Are people being actively warned about what could happen should they declare that they are non-citizens? And for those reasons, we are opposed to this bill.
Representative Fallon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, and we can ask, the process, one of your concerns was you say you're not a citizen because you're not. You're actually being truthful, and then you become a citizen later, which I'm sure happens quite a bit. I would imagine when you become a citizen, you simply register to vote.
Yeah, so once that goes to the county, and if a tax assessor, let's say the Harris County tax assessor, had previously received from the county clerk, who was just speaking, a notice that this person is not a citizen, that Harris County itself is never going to be able to determine citizenship itself, right? So they're going to take the person at their word.
I don't believe that's the case, and we can ask them, and I'd like to ask them, because I think what we're saying here, if we can play it out, is I'm from Russia, I come over, I'm not a citizen, I get called for jury duty, I say niet, I'm not a citizen, can't do it, and I'm not on the rolls, and then I could become a citizen 2 years later. I'm not on the rolls, but once I register to vote, I'm on the rolls.
Right. Well, and that's the concern.
So I'm good.
Is the county going to allow somebody to simply jump onto the rolls?
I would imagine they would. We'll ask. That's a good question, because let's ask. Because otherwise, if that is not an issue, if it is, we'll have to address it. But if it's not, you would agree with me. And my parents are Democrats. Doesn't make me love them any less. But because I want you on this one, because actions have consequences.
Well,
and what we want to do is, if people come up here and they're just doing it to be convenient, to get out of jury duty, which is their civic responsibility,
right.
and that's fine. They want to do that. Their actions should have consequences. Once you say, "Oh, we're going to take you at your word," you're removed from the rolls, and you can't vote now.
It seems once again we are talking about a voter education issue and what issues folks are informed about. And we would be all for the state of Texas being a partner in voter education to make sure that people understand their rights and that they have all the information necessary to vote.
Yeah, I just on the surface, I'm very favorably disposed of this, because if you're going to lie, that has consequences. So
well, and those consequences should be spelled out in that process when the person is in front of the jury duty selection process.
Yeah, I think Thanks.
Any other questions? Representative Swanson.
Yes, I would like to ask the Secretary of State to explain the process of how they go about deleting these people from the roll.
Okay, yeah, we'll call them up.
Okay.
So, and Representative Anderson.
I do have a quick question, and you may not be the right person to ask this, but is the statement on a jury summons that says I'm disqualified for this reason, this reason, this reason, is that a sworn statement, or is that just a little white lie type of thing?
Not advice.
Okay, that's what I wanted to put that on the record with you. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, yeah. All right. We're going to call up the Secretary of State right at the moment, right now, and Ashley Fisher, because I know some folks have some questions.
Yes, Ashley Fisher, Secretary of State's office on the bill.
All right.
I'll just go ahead and answer.
The current process?
Swanson.
So the current process is that if the voter registrar receives information that the voter is a non-citizen via the jury wheel, then they're sent a notice of confirmation, which then they're provided 30 days to come back to the voter registrar with proof of citizenship. So they have to, there's a list of documents that they actually have to provide a copy of to the voter registrar to stay on the voter rolls. If they don't respond, they're put in suspense and then ultimately canceled. They're canceled at the end of the 30 days.
Okay.
So-
Rep. Anderson, hang on. Rep. Anderson, do you have a question?
I was going to ask the same question of Secretary of State. Was is that statement on a jury summon or a jury statement, is that a sworn statement that's punishable if they lie on that?
My understanding is that it's a sworn statement from the Office of Court Administration. I assume that it's punishable, but I don't know. I've never investigated the actual piece of paper.
Okay, thank you.
All right, ma'am.
Rep. Fallon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you register to vote, or I'm sorry, you say that you're not a citizen, and we give them 30 days notice to say that there's going to be consequences to your statement. So this bill says we're not going to give them that notice anymore.
This would just automatically cancel them. As soon
So,
as the
but
voter
6 months
registrar-
later, if they just register to vote, they're registered again?
There's nothing in here that would prohibit them from registering.
Okay. That was the concern I think that Democratic Party rep had. And so they would have to take a proactive step to get back on the voter rolls.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I have a
Rep.
question
Israel.
for Secretary.
Vice Chair Israel has a question for you.
I wanted to lay out what happens in Travis County, and then you tell me if this is what is standard, because I think it is, but I'm wanting to double check with you. In Travis County, we got a note from our voter registrar. They receive a report from the district clerk's office on individuals that have responded, and they get back to them that they are not citizens or mark the box as such. In Travis County, they tag these individuals, mail them a letter, and require a response within 30 days. After 30 days, if there's no response, they get canceled. In the year 2016, we had 19 of these in Travis County. 5 were citizens and let the county know they were citizens. So in effect, 14 people were canceled. Some of these people were canceled before the letter was sent for one reason or another. We already do our due diligence on this matter, this is according to the county. We are unsure what the goal is here. We will send a letter if we cancel them first, with the opportunity for them to clear this up. So if the process is already in place, it seems to me like the legislation might be harming those few people who are actually citizens.
I can't speak to that. I can speak to Travis County's process, and it sounds like they're following the process that's under the election code of sending the letter to the voter. The voter then has 30 days to respond back, and they have to actually provide a proof of citizenship.
So if this legislation were in place, those 5 people, although it's only 5 people, would be removed from the rolls, correct?
They would be removed from the rolls. They would be eligible to re-register at a later date.
So those 5 people would have to proactively go back in and re-register themselves as voters.
They would have to re-register themselves, or they could be reinstated if they came in and showed proof of citizenship at a later date. There is a provision in Chapter 16 that allows reinstatement if they were canceled improperly. So if they do show citizenship at a later date, then they can be reinstated. Or if it's just too far down the line, they don't vote for several years, they could fill out. And Representative Fallon's example, I think it was 2 years between time of cancellation and citizenship. They would fill out a new application if they weren't able to be reinstated.
Okay, thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Okay, any other questions? All right. Okay. Okay, who's the next one on the list? Who's the next one? Who is it? I can't see it. All right. Chair calls up John Busey.
John Busey with the Texas Democratic County Chairs Association. We stand in opposition to this bill. We think the current system is more fitting, giving the 30-day notice and allowing them. We think if the intent is to punish individuals for lying, then we should have a bill that addresses that punishment, but not take away their voting rights. So we stand in opposition.
But they've already said they're not a citizen.
Yeah, but I think what we're seeing, or at least anecdotally, we've seen that people are lying about it to avoid jury duty and not understanding the full consequences that they're giving up their voting rights in the process. And I think we should have a bill that addresses that punishment and not take away their voting rights.
How else would you punish them?
I don't know how else would we
Put them
punish
in
them.
jail?
I don't think we need to put more people in jail, but maybe there
Well,
could be
exactly.
some kind of fine or other penalty for lying or something like that.
Okay. Any other questions, members? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls up Selena Moreno. Selena here. Okay. Does not wish to testify. All right. I think, is that it? Is that it? All right. That's it for the folks who have registered to testify. If there's anyone else who wishes to testify, now is your chance. Okay. With that, we have someone. And have you signed in to testify?
I signed in, but I specifically said not testifying. I'm changing.
Okay, who is it?
Goodwood, James Goodwill Pierre, Harris County Tax Assessor, Collector, Voter Registrar. James Goodwill Pierre.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right, and Chair calls up Goodwill Pierre.
Yes.
Okay.
My name is James Goodwill Pierre. I'm the Director of Compliance for the Harris County Tax Assessor, Collector, and Voter Registrar. and I am representing the Harris County Tax Assessor, Collector, and Voter Registrar, and I'm against the bill. The only thing I would like to point out, I was not intending to testify, but I just wanted to just add some additional information, or to put it specifically, get a little in the weeds. Just for the committee's purposes, we never actually received the actual jury the actual jury summons or the document that actually shows where they have indicated that they've selected or not selected. We get a list. We get a list from the Secretary of State. We get a list from the District Clerk's office, and it comes to us. From that list, we reconcile and determine who on that list is actually registered to vote. And if out of, for example, quoted 975, I don't have the exact numbers, but probably a third or less of that, if that much, may be individuals who are registered. So we send them, and then everything goes just as the Secretary of State said. There's no difference. A lot of times, the statement that the other witnesses says what people may have lied, or we had a call last week, coincidentally, of a daughter of a voter whose father was grandfather was 70 years old, and was really concerned because he got a letter saying that he wasn't a citizen. And he must have checked the box inadvertently or anything like that, and he didn't understand. And then we responded to him, but he still got a letter. And so we follow the election code, we follow the procedures. This is just one of the procedures. There's several other things that go on and where we automatically suspend, but this is something in which the legislation, when they created this law, thought it was necessary to give people a right to be aware of it before we just remove. And that's the only thing I would like to add. We don't actually get the documents, just get a list. That's the only thing I would like to add.
So
Any questions?
I have a question. So you have a similar process to what I was describing in Travis County and what the Secretary of State was outlining as well.
Yeah, we just get a list. We're not allowed to see. We don't get any visual confirmation. We're not allowed. We don't get that. We just get a list of individuals. So anything could be, an error in the list sent to us. It could have been whatever. We don't look into that. We don't delve into that. We just send a letter to those individuals that we find that are registered, and they have 30 days to respond to us. And if they don't, we take them off, and then we send a letter letting them know that we've taken them off. It's like that.
Oh, okay. So when you get the list, if they have said, I'm not a citizen,
well, we just get a list of individuals.
And then you get, that is sent to the Secretary of State. Then they send you the list.
Yeah.
Regardless of whatever reason, you're given a list.
Yeah, we get a list from the Secretary of State and the District Clerk's office.
And then you respond.
Yes.
Y'all will send out a letter, so
Yes.
they will know that they have been removed.
We get a letter. No, the letter is indicating that
they're going to be
they're going to be removed.
Excuse me, that they're going to be removed. That's
Yes,
right.
yes.
So they
And-
would be notified, and
Yes.
if they had lied just to get out of jury duty, then they can fess up and say, shame on me, I'm really a citizen.
Right.
Okay, so there is a process that they're not going to show up on election day, boom, and not be able to vote because they did a lie for jury duty.
When we send them
Unless
a
they
letter,
might ignore your letters.
if they do not respond to us in 30 days, then they're
Right.
removed off the roll.
Right. Then that's their choice. I mean, at some point in time, somebody's got to be held accountable if they're going to tell a lie to get out of jury duty.
That's
because
the current
Yeah.
process in place.
Right. Okay. So.
Well, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
If they were not a citizen at the time that they were asked to do jury duty, but became a citizen in that maybe they were in the process of, and were able to show you, Harris County, I am a citizen, then they would not be taken off the voter rolls.
If they were not, I'm sorry, I don't have any information concerning that process. All we know is at the time that they sent to us, if they if they're not a citizen at that particular time, and they do not show proof that and it's backed up that they're not giving us proof in 30 days, and they're removed off the roll immediately.
So the process that we have right now
Right.
tries to let people know.
Yes.
We've gotten notice that you're not a citizen.
Yes.
And then it gives them time to come back and say, well, actually, I am a citizen. Whether they filled out the form incorrectly, whether they lied.
Well, we don't get
whether
into
they-
that. There are things in the Texas Election Code that's the documentation that they're a citizen. There are particular things that they have to submit to us.
Mhm.
And if they submit any of those things that have been approved based on the Texas Election Code, then they will remain registered to vote. If they don't, or they don't respond, then we send them notice. Then we take them off, and then we let them know that they have been removed.
Okay.
And chances are, if someone becomes a citizen, I mean, I've been through a naturalization process once in my life, and right there, at least in Collin County, they had voter registration right there. So they're going to register to vote. So that would alleviate, if they had once, inadvertently gotten on jury duty, said, hey, I'm not a citizen yet, they become a citizen, they get registered to vote, you don't care, at what point the circumstances are. You now know they're registered to vote, and they get to vote. And, as someone pointed out, it's, I guess the penalty thing, it was pointed out that it is a third-degree felony if you lie on jury duty, and the punishment is there. It is losing your right to vote. So.
Madam Chair,
Brett
maybe.
Fallon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe we should notify the district attorney when people say they're not citizens, and they can look it up and then try them for a third-degree felony. But to Representative Israel's point, if you are not a citizen, when you say you're not a citizen, you're not on the voter rolls, or at least you shouldn't be, and this does not affect them at all, right? I mean, they're not on the rolls. So if you become a citizen later, then you simply register to vote for the first time. We should all take a deep breath and relax and not be concerned, because if you are not a citizen, you're not on those rolls, this isn't going to affect you at all. Because if they notify you to say, hey, take them off the list, they were never on it to begin with. And if they were, they also committed a felony.
We understand we get a list of people who've done that, and not everyone, a large majority of the people on the list are not registered. I think
They're not even registered to vote, but they're citizens, but they're not even registered.
Texas Election Code mandates that we review that. And so we may have 1,000 names, another 1,000 names, 200, 100, it all depends. But a portion of the list that we receive are people who are actually registered, and then we follow the code.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on. Rep. Swanson.
Yes, I would like to make a couple of points about what goes on in Harris County. Is that definitely wanted to confirm what Chairman Laubenberg said. In Harris County, we definitely do register people to vote, and the tax office takes lots of employees over there to make sure that all those new citizens have the opportunity to register. The other thing I wanted to mention is if the person does lie, and then they get their name taken off the rolls, they show up at the polls, they are still allowed to vote provisionally, so it's really not a problem. So this bill makes total sense, and I don't see any reason not to go ahead and vote for it today.
Any questions?
Any other? Rep. Reynolds.
Just had a quick question to make sure I understand. So the current law allows you the opportunity to notify them that their voting rights are about to be taken away. This law would, if this law is enacted, this would take away your ability to notify these voters if there was some kind of mistake.
Yeah, it will not only take that away, but it will increase an administrative burden by the people who are on election day complaint, because we also man the call centers as well. We assist the county clerk in manning call centers, and we get calls from individuals who try to vote on precinct day. There's a problem with that. Then we address that, and we'll deal with that issue. And so it's a number of things that will kick into effect if this is done.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. We have a request for Secretary of State to return command performance.
Sure. Ashley Fisher, Secretary of State's office, on the bill.
All right, and Vice Chair Israel.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. I'm trying to get some clarity on. Does the Secretary of State know of any other mechanisms for removing a voter from the rolls for committing a misdemeanor crime either accidentally or intentionally.
The only automatic cancellations are those that are listed in Chapter 16 in the bill.
Did you request that more governmental agencies be given the authority to engage in the process of removing voters from the rolls?
Sorry, you're going to have to repeat that first part.
Did you request that more governmental agencies be given the authority to engage in the process of removing voters from the rolls, as stated in the bill?
Our office doesn't request things. I mean, our office can relay concerns that we hear from counties and voter registrars about the voter rolls, but we haven't requested that.
So a governmental agency, DPS, would qualify as a governmental agency?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. All right. Next witness. Oh, is that it? That's it. Okay, you're right. Anybody else? Last chance. Okay, with that, Chair calls up Representative Schofield to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. I know there are other bills to hear, so I won't take up too much time. This is a simple, common sense bill to remove an unnecessary step from the removal process. The folks who would be removed under this bill will be added to a list of people who are ineligible to vote and therefore are removed from the voter rolls. I would point out a couple of things. One, as Representative Swanson pointed out, if someone has been taken off the roll and actually belongs on it, they still can vote provisionally and demonstrate that they're eligible to vote. Secondly, there's talk about what if people inadvertently check the box. You can't inadvertently check the box. This is not something you do by mail. This is something you do when you show up. If you check the box, they'll bring you up to the judge and ask you. And that's how you get excused. They're not going to just take a pile of them and throw them out. They're going to ask you, you check this, you're not, and okay, then you can go home. So there isn't going to be any inadvertence. We've talked about letting the voter know. Again, this is a voter who let us know. We didn't know the person wasn't a citizen until they came and affirmatively told us in order to get out of jury duty. With respect to people about to become a citizen, first of all, you're not supposed to be on the rolls before you're a citizen. Somebody, and probably not the prospective citizen, put them on the rolls. But once they become a citizen, as other people have pointed out, they can then register to vote. The fact that somebody took you off previously for not being eligible at the time doesn't change that. As soon as you become a citizen, you register to vote. Same thing with somebody who lied. If someone lied and got taken off the rolls, they can go and re-register. They're still a citizen. With that, I would close and ask for your favorable consideration of the bill.
I have a couple of
hold
questions.
on a second.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, Vice Chair.
Representative Schofield, what's I don't think I'm getting what's wrong with the current process. Of what we've hashed and rehashed is that the current process, there's an exchange within the county to advise within the county who inappropriately completed a jury form. And they are then told, you're not a citizen, and then if it's appropriate, their name is removed from the voter rolls. What's wrong with that process?
We have unnecessary step. I think we are entitled to take the person at their word. There is a list in the current statute of people who, again, we don't notify any of them. We don't notify you that you've been adjudged mentally incompetent. We don't notify you that you've moved out of the county. We don't notify you of any of the other reasons why you're. We certainly don't notify you that you're dead, although we try to. We actually do try to. No, seriously, we do. And we don't notify you that there's been a notice from the early voting clerk that your residence is located outside the county or the state. Why would we notify you of something that you actually told us about? You won't have told us about any of those other things that result in automatic removal of a voter. In this case, this is the one instance and the only instance where the voter tells us they're not qualified to be a voter. And I don't see why we'd go through an extra process of mailing them out stuff and waiting for it to come back, during which an election may actually ensue. All I'm saying is take them at their word when they say they're not a citizen, take them off the rolls the way we automatically remove anybody else who's ineligible to be on the rolls.
So in your bill, why did you allow any governmental agency? Why the broad language there? Any other agency is able to send over information. That's a broad That's a broad description.
Again, it's only any agency that the voter has acknowledged that the voter is not a citizen. Not any agency we've got, not the, it has to be an agency to which the voter has acknowledged that they are not a citizen.
So
I would think that would be...
My concern, Mike, is that there are folks who are documented, who have a driver's license. They are here legally. They're not yet citizens. DPS says, I'm concerned about that DPS database because there's 6 years between renewal of a driver's license, and in the course of that 6 years, someone who is here legally may very well have obtained their citizenship.
Again,
and it's the broadness of your language that is a concern to me.
But again, this only comes when you're sending the list under the two sections which both deal with telling the jury wheel folks that you are not a citizen and can't participate in jury duty. And you have affirmatively told us that, so it's not a question of DPS deciding you're not a citizen. It's not a question of any state agency deciding you're not a citizen. It's a question of you affirming to us that you are not a citizen and therefore not eligible to vote. And it's only in situations where you have affirmed that you're not a citizen that you would get taken off the rolls, which makes perfect sense.
So DPS would be allowed to send over information about, in the course of this process, are you wrapping up DPS into that potential database?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
That's the one that concerns me the most about your bill because of the 6 years between renewal.
Again, it won't matter if you have. It won't matter if it's 6 years or 1,000 years. If you get called from jury duty and you say I'm not a citizen, it doesn't matter what DPS has in their records. It doesn't matter what anybody else has in their records. You told us you weren't a citizen, not somebody else. And I think we can take them at their word when they say they're not a citizen.
It starts with the individual.
It starts with the individual telling us that they're not a citizen. And by the way, that is a crime. It's tampering with a government document. But that's not it's not committing the crime that gets you taken off. It is affirming that you fall into one of the categories that is not eligible to be on the rolls. And again, we don't make you tell us that you've moved out of the county. But when you do tell us something, we ought to take your word for it.
Any other? Rep. Fallon.
Representative Schofield, are you telling us that personal responsibility matters and
That's
that
what I'm
there
telling you.
is consequences for your own actions?
There are.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and you close. And with that, Chair will leave for the moment. House Bill 521 pending. Chair calls up House Bill 1462 and recognizes Representative Bonin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and members, the purpose of HB 1462 is to offer stability and predictability in the location of polling places during early voting periods, thus providing greater accessibility to voters by eliminating the confusion that is caused by this process of what is known as rolling polling. House Bill 1462 amends the election code to require political subdivisions to maintain consistent polling places over the course of an ongoing election. The bill accomplishes this by guaranteeing that the temporary branch polling places remain unmoved during the early voting period for all elections held by all entities. Subdivisions of the state were granted the authority to move polling places during the early voting period in an attempt to provide flexibility in the election administrator's duties. While this flexibility has been used appropriately by many, other entities have used this authority to selectively target some voters at the exclusion of others. Whether intentional or inadvertent, rolling polling does not afford voters the ease of access to the voting booth, and HB 1462 restores that ease of access. So, simply put, what this would do is, during a given election, the early voting locations would have to remain the same, and they would all have to be open for the appropriate hours during the course of that election. What the bill does not do is it does not specify what those locations would be, so it would still be open to the election administrator, the entity administering the election, to select those locations. And it doesn't determine the number, so they could have as few or as many. So as few or as many in whatever locations they want, but once they've chosen them, they have to remain the same, and they all have to be open. I'd be happy to answer any questions. If not, I'd like to reserve the right to close.
Okay. Any questions, members? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And we have 17 folks who registered, but 9 only registered to testify. So, having said that, Alan Vera, Chair calls Alan Vera.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying for in support of HB 1462. In 2014, the Cypress Fairbanks Independent School District, CyFair, conducted an election for a $1.2 billion bond. They did not have the county clerk run the election. They ran it themselves. During early voting, I was on the phone nearly every week with the Secretary of State's Election Division, complaining about one code infraction after another. Perhaps the most grievous of these many infractions was their mobile early voting polling places. These polling facilities were only located at district schools. They were only open during school hours, and the locations changed each and every day of early voting. You wouldn't have to be a full-blown conspiracy theorist to suspect that maybe CyFair was skewing the election in favor of passage of the bond. Voters most likely to be at district school locations were also most likely to favor the bond. Voters who worked outside the school district could not vote before or after work because the polls were not open before or after work, normal working hours only during school hours. And every voter who called me was complaining they could not figure out where to vote early because the location changed each and every day. Voting fraud isn't always about unqualified voters being given a regular ballot or repeated violations of TEC. It can be about the polling places themselves. We believe the CyFair bond election is a poster child for the conclusion and for this bill. And it's not just CyFair ISD. In the 3 years I've held this position, I've heard from voters all over the state complaining about this practice by local taxing authorities. It's a real problem, it's ongoing, and we believe HB 1462 addresses it head on. Please pass it out of committee. Questions?
Any questions, members? Thank you. Okay. And Chair calls up Chris Davis.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, committeemen and women. Christopher Davis, Texas Association of Election Administrators. We are against, the association is against this bill as filed against House Bill 1462. And the association's concern is that this bill throws the baby out with the bathwater. Dr. Bonin had a bill that was signed into law last session, House Bill 2027, if I understand that bill correctly, in House Bill 2027. It allowed temporary branch polling places that hold 2 consecutive days of voting for at least 8 hours each day. They were allowed for political subdivisions that mirror the main early voting sites at 75% of its permanent or temporary branch polling places. I know a lot of supporters on that bill in 2015 were hoping that that bill...
I'll interrupt you and tell you, I got more phone calls because folks thought when that bill was passed that it was going to stabilize the rolling polling. It did not.
That was going to be my question, Madam Chairwoman, if that did or did not.
It did not.
And if that language passes into law, we're looking for some middle ground for this bill today, not mandating all full-time early voting sites across our county, because frankly, there's a valid use of temporary polling places, at least in Williamson County and a lot of counties as part of our association, where we have fringe entities throughout the county, on the extremities of the county, that frankly don't warrant, by virtue of the number of folks that would vote there, full 2-week early voting sites at those locations yet, and also it's a bit of a drive to go to any of the full-time locations elsewhere in the county. Of course, they do have, we do supply them with a vote center on election day, but again, as I stated before, we're trying to encourage these folks to get it done in the 2 weeks. So we're interested in some maybe middle ground, revisiting some of the language that was in HB 2027 and 2015 to this year, in 1462, perhaps going with a minimum of 2 consecutive days at any given temporary polling place with 8 hours each day. There's also language in this bill that we aren't clear on as an association, and it's about the voting stations located in a polling place. Whether they be in early voting or on election day in our county and other member counties, we have the ability, and we use the ability because we have electronic stations, to kind of adjust the number of stations that we have, or machines, terminals that we have at a polling place. Given the rate, if there's a site that has long lines, we can add more terminals there. If there's some that we can move from one site to another, or actually bring in more from our warehouse to deploy at a site, we like that flexibility, be it in early voting or election day. This seems to limit our ability to modulate the number of machines we could have at early voting place for best use, most efficient use of machines, and it's a sticking point for my association. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions? Representative Swanson.
I would disagree with the last thing you said. That in no way would this keep you from moving machines in and out of polling places. It only limits where the polling places are.
Then I guess what I'm clear on, Representative Swanson, is each voting station located in the polling place shall be fixed at one place. Does that, and if that's true, then maybe, well, I'd like to, I didn't hear that from, I maybe wasn't listening well enough when I heard this bill introduced, but if that's the case, that we're still allowed to modulate and add more machines and not just a fixed number as well as fixed location, then that would be one less sticking point for us at the association.
Okay, Rep. Allen.
No.
You're right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Chair calls up Bill Fairbrother.
Again, Bill Fairbrother, Texas Republican County Chairman's Association, testifying on this bill. We'd really like to be for the bill. Just a couple of suggestions, and I've worked with Mr. Till in Representative Bonin's office, and we're having some productive discussions, and I do appreciate his assistance with that. I first want to follow up with the comment of my election administrator. Each voting station located in the polling place shall be fixed at one place for the duration of early voting. I wanted to relay a story that happened this last December in the ACC runoff election. I was the election judge for the runoff. About 7:30, someone from an office next door to us comes by, asked if we smelled gas. We really didn't, but within the hour we did. Fire department came. The building was closed. Our solution was all our machines had battery life. We wheeled some outside to the parking lot and kept the polling place open. A few hours later, the fire department and building maintenance got there, identified the problem. They cleared half of the building where early voting was occurring for people to re-enter. Unfortunately, our half was part of the half not cleared. So we simply quickly entered the polling place, moved everything to another building, another room in the building, and posted signs directing people where to go. And if they shall be fixed at one place for the duration of early voting, we probably could not have done either of those two steps to keep voting going in that particular election. So we'd appreciate some clarification there. And to expand on the need for some locations, Bartlett is a small community in northeastern Williamson County, has about 1,400 residents, don't know how many voters. The nearest full-time early voting location is in Taylor, some 16 miles away. That's a long way for people to drive to vote early. The county has typically had early voting there for 1 or 2 days. Similar community would be Granger, population 1,600. Again, not large enough of a community to justify 2 weeks of expense for early voting. And we, again, traditionally have a couple of days of early voting there. There should be a way to come up with some restrictions, possibly the number of mobile places should be low, possibly the duration, the times. maybe
Okay.
even distance from existing locations,
guess-
some other measures to reduce the concept of cherry picking voters.
Well, but Bill, I feel like we are cherry picking by having it temporarily in places, because if I live in Farmersville and I can't make those 2 days or those 2 hours that they have a voting booth there, then that's not fair to me. And what if I didn't get the paper that week and I didn't know that particular voting location was only going to be there on that day or that hour? Just what you said, you want to avoid cherry picking. I actually think it does cherry pick.
I think it
And-
discriminates against the smaller communities when
No, I
you
think
have
it's-
to go travel 16 miles to early vote.
Then they need
and
to
these
keep
small
a, then they need to keep a polling site there, and that needs to be configured in, because it's not fair to only have it in a place a day or a few hours, because then you're locking out everyone else. Because if it's okay for someone to go drive 16 miles on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but not on Tuesday, Thursday, what's the fairness in that?
Well, the fairness, we will have to respectfully disagree on this. But the small communities in Williamson County, they know when their days for early voting are, whether it's
But those
these days
can change.
Facebook
Those
or
are
newspapers
arbitrary.
or going to the community center. And it's much more convenient for the Bartlett residents who live and work there. They know their days are this Monday, Tuesday, Granger is Wednesday, Thursday. That, in our opinion,
I'm
that
glad
news
y'all do
gets
it that
around.
way. Not everyone is
And,
quite so precise. So,
But
anyway.
again, with no money coming from the state to fund 2 weeks of early voting in these small communities, that's an expense for the county that, quite frankly, they may not be willing to make. And I don't think the residents in rural parts of the county should be punished because they don't happen to live in a populous area of the county. Thank you.
Oh, Rep. Swanson.
Yes.
This 15 or 16 miles from Bartlett to Taylor, I believe it was. What's the average speed limit between the two towns?
Depends on the road you take. It could be anywhere from 55 to 65, depending on what road you take.
Okay, because I living in a very developed suburban area, and our county has a lot of urban. And even though our voting places might be only a couple miles away, we'll still have to take 15 to 20 minutes to get to any voting location. So even if they ended up having to drive, the drive doesn't take very long, because they can go at a much higher speed than we can to get to our polling places.
They're also traveling to communities where they don't normally live, don't necessarily know the locations. Voting at Granger City Hall or Bartlett City Hall are locations well known to the local citizens and easier to find than traveling a city 2 or 3 away, is again with the greater distance. And we're going to respectfully disagree, I guess.
We get
So, are you
sent
still
to plenty of
neutral or are you
places.
against?
We're neutral, had some good conversations. We believe there in the future can be some assistance on clarifying a couple of these areas of concern.
Okay.
But that's why we're on and not for at this stage.
Fallon.
Just want to make a point. And I represent 1/3 of the district I have the privilege of representing as rural. When you live in a rural community, there are some things, there are some advantages, and there are some disadvantages. I think people in rural counties know that sometimes you got to drive quite a ways to do things, and you can't put polling places everywhere. So I get your point of you want to try to accommodate as many as you can, but sometimes that is a price you pay for being in a rural area, is you have to drive far to places.
Certainly.
Like the Frisco Mall, for instance, in Denton County. That happens. But thank you.
I didn't know Frisco had them all. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair calls up Manny Garcia.
Manny Garcia with the Texas Democratic Party, speaking against HB 1462. We are concerned for rural voters. While we believe that we ought to standardize voting hours, we're concerned that a number of counties will see this as an unfunded mandate, pull back on the number of early vote sites that they can have available, and we have begun to already hear some testimony about that and about those concerns. And all of these voters ought to have the opportunity to voice their opinion. Many of them do not voice their opinion for the Democratic Party. In fact, they support the Republican Party. But those folks ought to have the ability to vote and have those that flexibility for those early voting locations in their places.
Any questions, members? Okay, thank you. And my computer's frozen up. Who's the next one? Who is the next one? Yeah, it is. If anybody can hear, it's very cold in here. All right, Chair calls up John Ritchie. Okay. He left? Okay, so he does not wish to testify? All right, Chair calls up John Busey? Okay.
John Busey, Texas Democratic Party County Chair Association, in opposition to this bill. I'm in Williamson County along with Bill Fairbrother and Chris. We share similar concerns. Our mobile voting site's been very effective, not just in the rural areas, but we also see it benefiting going to our community colleges and our colleges and senior homes. But it is very structured. It is an outline calendar. We publicize it pretty thoroughly, but it's just been an effective way and a fiscally responsible way to add more areas. So we're in opposition to this bill because it would limit that type of resource. So thank you.
Any questions, members? Okay, thank you. All right, next one is Chair calls up, my computer's frozen up. Are we having computer problems? Okay. Chair calls up George Hammerlin.
Good evening. I'm George Hammerline at the Harris County Clerk's Office. We strongly support the bill. We support any efforts to kind of stabilize the voting process, where governmental bodies aren't allowed to cherry pick their voters, and moving machines about to favor an outcome. So any time that you can keep where it's uniform and equal access. Taking it to a junior college, even, you have to have a parking permit to get on that campus to park. So, I mean, that's a barrier to people that aren't part of that junior college in some locations. We have early voting in multiple Lone Star and Houston Community College junior colleges, and in those instances, they have permit-free parking, and they're there for the entire duration of the 2 weeks of early voting. But it's not just for a day in a parking permitted controlled environment. So anyway, we support what Representative Bonham's trying to do.
Okay, so George, all right, do you have any rural areas around Harris County?
Well, actually, we do. I know people find it hard to believe that out by
Sorry.
Hockley and stuff like that, you wouldn't believe you're in Harris County.
So is it a problem to have the machines out there in a permanent way?
No, I mean,
Y'all can plan on that and anticipate that.
yes, ma'am. We kind of work with the commissioners. Obviously, in Harris County, the commissioners have a lot of say-so of where things go, and they're all happy, so we're happy. But yeah, we put them out in the rural area, and we get low turnout. But even in the east end of the county, more towards some of the older neighborhoods that have kind of matured out and started to empty out by the ship channel, those are actually our lowest turnout.
Okay. Any other questions, members? Okay.
Thanks.
All right. And Chair calls up James Quintero.
Madam Chair, members, thank you for your perseverance this evening. My name is James Quintero. I'm the Director of the Center for Local Governance at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, here to register my support of HB 1462 because I think it takes aim at what may be a contributing factor in one of Texas's biggest problems, and that is local government debt. When you look at the size and growth of local government debt, you see that it is extremely concerning. Latest annual report from the Texas Bond Review Board pegs government debt at $218 billion, or about $8,000 per capita. If you look at what that compares to nationally, among the 10 most populous states in the nation, we have the second highest local debt per capita, behind only New York. And if you look at the trends, you can see that the growth of government debt is equally concerning. Government debt is growing at approximately 2.5 times the rate of population and inflation. And again, I think what may be a contributing factor in some of this is the reliance on practices like rolling polling. I think it allows for political subdivisions to target voters who may be predisposed to approve government debt, and I think it provides the opportunity to tilt the scales against the taxpayer and in favor of excess government. Because of these concerns, I want to voice my support in favor of the bill.
Okay. Any questions, members? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe no more other witnesses. Does anyone else want to sign up to testify for, against, or on? Well, we've called. We have the Secretary of State here as a resource if anybody has any questions. No. Okay. So no one else wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1462. In that case, I recognize Rep. Bonin to close.
To close. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and members. I do appreciate your time this evening, and I would ask for the bill to be reported favorably back to the House and placed on the calendar. And I will express to you that I think the focus is on the locations, not on the number of machines. So I think if that's a technical concern, we can certainly work to address that.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, wait, Rep. Fallon.
I just want to thank you for bringing this bill up, Representative Bonin, Dr. Bonin. Being from an area where this rolling polling had a distinct effect, it is not the most sacred thing we have is our republic, and you can't safeguard that without free and honest elections. And when you have entities that are running their own elections and they want a certain outcome, they're going to game the system. They're going to put their thumb on the scale. It's human nature. I've said in the past that I wouldn't, quite frankly, want the Republican Party to run a general election, because it eventually, human nature would dictate that they would put their thumb on the scale at some point. So what we had in our area was a school district that had a bond package in 2014, and they clearly wanted it passed. And they had rolling polling where normally, and I coming off a city council where we had joint elections with them, we would have about 4 or 5 voting sites in a given election cycle. And we went up to, now they're up to 6. For this particular cycle, they went up to 53 sites, 6 to 53. 49 of them were temporary sites open for 4 hours and 4 hours only at different schools, and they would move the polling location. They would move the actual machines, and they just so happened to have open houses on those days where they had the machines there from 3 to 7 o'clock. So the parents would go in for their open house, and then they would corral them up and say, oh, by the way, go vote for the bond. So they were electioneering within the buildings. Now, what was the result of that? Statistically, you can see the elections. They only could do this during early voting. So the bond pass, cocktail napkin method, was about 82% in early voting. But on election day, it passed 54 to 46. So it still would have passed, but not with these near Stalin-esque numbers of 80s to teens. And this is honestly, Russia's in the news a lot. This is something Vladimir Putin would be proud of, to game the system. And that's why this bill is very important, and I want to thank you for bringing it. And another instance of the mobile voting was in Nueces County before Kara Sands, who's testified here on another bill. Before she took office, her predecessor had mobile voting sites where it just so happened, if you looked at where they all were, 2/3 of them were in Democratic areas and only 1/3 were in Republican areas in a very purple 50-50 county. Again, gamesmanship. So thank you very much for this bill.
Okay, Rep. Swanson.
Thank you.
Yes, I would also like to agree with Representative Fallon and thank you for your bill, Dr. Bonin. I had a similar experience in the past. My school district no longer does what I'm describing, but some years back, I was already an experienced election judge, and so my school district hired me to work some days during early voting, and sure enough, we went around to different schools, and it was always open house, and only had the polls open during the evenings, during the open house time, and during the entire time you could hear the announcements over the intercom that to please go to the gym and vote. They didn't say how to vote, but it was obvious that what they wanted, and I decided at that point I just did not feel like I could ethically ever participate in that again. So I want to thank you for your bill.
All right.
Okay.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And with that, at the moment, the chair leaves House Bill 1462 pending. Okay, and the chair calls up House Bill 907 and recognizes Rep. Shaheen to lay out his bill.
Am I last?
No, you're not.
Oh, I'm not?
No,
I'm
we make the members go last.
Thank you, Chairwoman Laubenberg and members. Petitions are vehicles available to citizens to reverse actions by their local governments by gathering signatures. The format of these petitions vary across the state of Texas, and difficulties understanding the various requirements of these formats has caused several petitions to be thrown out. House Bill 907 addresses this problem by directing the Secretary of State to adopt a standard petition form to be used statewide across our state. In the last 2 years, petitions that have been gathered have been rejected in the cities of Houston, Plano, and Austin for different technicalities. So a standard petition format throughout our state would make it easier and less confusing for citizens to petition their local government. And then, Madam Chair, we are working on a committee substitute.
Yes.
To add a couple of items.
Yes, I know. I taught you a couple of things. Not only the form, but some deadlines that wouldn't be covered in the form.
Yep. So we're working on that now.
Okay, great. Members, any questions? Rep.
And
Anderson.
Matt, this may be a stupid question. Are these just are these general petitions, or are these petitions to be able to put names on ballots, or are they all inclusive?
It's anything that requires or citizens can go out and gather to gather signatures.
So
to address any kind of issue.
including putting people on the ballot.
Yeah.
Because we just went through this in one of my cities, and that's why my ears really perked up on that.
Actually happened in Austin too. Or
Okay.
who knows, to actually kick out a council person, but it would apply to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Rep. Swanson.
Yes, I would like to thank you, Representative Shaheen, for this bill. As it may be well known, perhaps to some, perhaps not to others, but in the city of Houston, this was an extreme problem. The petition form that they had online had a signature line that was about long enough to put 1 or 2 letters on. People did not realize that's what it was for, so there was a spot where they were supposed to sign, and many people, thousands of people, did not sign that particular spot. And so then the city was able to conveniently throw those out, and even though the problem was their own form that they'd had online. And I can't speak to the motivation, but it seems like a real problem when they're using the form that that entity provides, and that's what causes the very problem that the entity then challenges on. So I really appreciate your bill.
Yeah, you bet. And there's an incredible amount of frustration with the citizens that do all that work gathering those signatures.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And you reserve the right to close?
I reserve the right to close, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And first witness, chair calls up C.J. Grissom. Is that Jason? Oh, wait, is C.J. Grissom here? I'm calling him up, but he's not here. Okay, I guess he does not wish to testify. Who's the next one? Chair calls up Tom Glass.
Madam Chair, Tom had to leave, and I was asked to.
Okay, have you filled out a witness thing?
I did, but I didn't sign up to testify.
Okay. Then I'll call up the next witness, and you can get that one ready. Chair calls up Ron Kelly. Hello, Ron. It's frozen up. I can't. Okay, it'll show up after that. Is this Tom?
Good evening, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Ron Kelly. I live in Plano, Texas. I'm here this evening representing myself. I do feel like I need to acknowledge I am a Plano City Council member, but I am here representing myself. I'm a citizen who actually worked through a petition process before I was elected to City Council. In December of 2014, the City of Plano passed an equal rights ordinance. Now, this was very controversial. The subject matter really isn't important for our discussion here this evening, but I think what happened with this ordinance is worth looking at. So the citizens launched a petition campaign. They had to do it over the Christmas holiday. They raised over 8,000 signatures. They submitted that petition to the city secretary, and the end result was it was rejected by the city. Now, one of the reasons why it was rejected by the city was an improper form. The city of Plano, the majority of the city is in Collin County, but we have a small piece of the city in the northwestern corner that is in Denton County. I love that county. I got over 80% of the vote. I love those people. But anyways, so on the form that the citizens used, there was not a column that stated which county did you live in. So the city rejected it. It was one of the reasons why. And, the end result of all of this is that we have disenfranchised voters. Over 8,000 voters, that what they feel like is that their government did not hear their voice. Now, in all fairness to the city would tell you that a proper form was sent to the organizers of this campaign. But here's what happened. It was sent via email, and they never received it because how it was sent, it ended up in their junk mail. So again, much confusion, and it's intimidating. I was a citizen going through this process. It's very confusing. It's intimidating. I would also tell you, I think the city of Plano did a really good thing earlier this year. And on our city website, plano.gov, there is a new link entitled Petition Information. And what it does is it provides citizens a summary of how they can go about launching a petition drive. Now, even the city points out that there is an issue with different petition forms. I'm going to read what it says on the plano.gov website. It says, please be aware that the laws regarding citizen petitions are not uniform for every subject matter or every petition category. Each type of petition has legal requirements that must be met in order to be valid. Certain subject matters are not subject to citizen vote. And here we go. It says, additionally, state law requires separate petition forms to be acquired from the Plano City Secretary on certain matters. Again, I speak to you as a citizen who worked one of these campaigns, and I can't tell you, again, the confusion, the intimidation, and you just don't know if you're doing the right thing. So I am in favor of House Bill 907. I would encourage you to help our cities avoid this confusion and make this process more efficient for our citizens, that their voice can be heard. So thank you very much, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak here this evening.
Ron,
Yes,
welcome.
ma'am. Yeah, thank you.
Councilman, I should say.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Thank
and you're for the whole transparency thing.
Yeah,
I mean, having been
absolutely.
on the city council.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I appreciate you speaking out on that. And I think Representative Shaheen told you there's a couple other little tweaks that he is working on. So
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
get that
I'm in
resolved.
favor of the entire bill, and I think it's a good thing. Again, I come to you here today as a citizen who worked on this, and it was before I joined council. And again, I applaud the steps that our city is taking, putting this information
Yeah,
on
they
the
started
website.
something, but they still need to move it a little bit
Yeah.
clearer, right?
Well, I think it's a step in the right direction.
Thank you.
I would tell you that it's a whole lot better than it was before we put this information on the website.
But you still support the legislation?
Yes, ma'am,
You still
I
think,
do.
You still think that is necessary?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you for coming all the way down here.
Madam Chair.
Rep. Fallon.
Councilman Kelly, how are
Yes,
you?
sir.
Welcome.
Good to see you.
That 2% of Plano that's in Denton County,
Yes, sir.
I have the privilege of representing, and it is wonderful, and I'm glad you get 80% there. Do you feel, in your opinion, that if there had been the standardized form, if this bill had been law back then and you had a standardized form, would that have been rejected with that referendum, or your signatures, do you think?
As I mentioned, this was
More than
one
one.
of several issues. To be quite honest, there was an issue where citizens had written personal opinions on this ordinance. You can't do that. And then they had citizens sign the document.
Okay.
And then also, if my memory is correct, you had to attach the actual ordinance to your signature page. You had to have the ordinance there that would allow a citizen who was going to sign your petition the ability to read that ordinance.
Okay, so if they had the ordinance stapled to a standardized form provided by the Secretary of State's office
Yes.
that you could have downloaded, and you think then it would have been accepted?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My hope is it would be.
Well, because there was a lot of effort in that.
A lot of effort.
Yeah, I live in Frisco, but I do remember reading about that and hearing about it. And when any citizens meet that kind of threshold, it should at least be voted on by all the voters.
Absolutely, I would agree with that.
And thank you for your service.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank you, thank you. Over 8,000 signatures over the Christmas holiday.
it. And you got 80% in Plano and Denton County.
Yes, sir. They love you, though.
Oh, thank you. I never got 80.
I used your name.
Oh, thanks. You're a smart man.
All right.
Anything else, Theo?
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Okay. So next witness is Tom Glass. Oh, wait. Nope, because Tom isn't here. We have a substitute for Tom. Who is it? What is her name?
Cartier.
Oh, Cartier. Oh, Cartier Grunen. Thank you. Chair calls Cartier Grunen. Thank
Katia
you.
Gruna.
Gruna. Forgive
Madam
me.
Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. I'm representing Texans for Electoral Competition Coalition, which is Texans for Accountable Government, Left Up to Us, Libertarian Party, League of Independent Voters, Green Party, and Constitution Party. And I apologize, this is not my area of expertise. However, I have petitioned extensively in Texas for ballot access. But the Secretary of State provides that form, and there's no ambiguity about it. As far as this bill, our coalition, I was told to say that we're against it, but I think it's more that we're on it because there's some ambiguity in the
Well,
language.
you've registered against.
I did.
Yeah,
but-
and he's going to do a substitute. He's
Okay.
and so I would suggest that you visit with the author and.
Yeah, I just want to let y'all know that some of the ambiguity that we're concerned about is that there's too much room for interpretation about what exactly that form should look like, and that we appreciate the intent, and that to help petitioners, it would be helpful to have an example posted by the cities with what is required, but still allow us to add fields like for email and phone number, which is really important for doing the organizing work. Once you collect petitions, you still have to get out the vote. And that's what local petitioners have been doing a lot. Linda Curtis is our expert, but she had to leave. And not being able to make the small modifications to the form would impact our ability to organize for the election. And that, I think, is all they asked me to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions, members? All right, thank you. All right, who's next? Is that it? And then we have Secretary of State Ashley Fisher as a resource if anybody has any questions. Okay, apparently not. So with that, Chair calls up Rhett Shaheen to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we're more than happy as we're working with the committee substitute, work with other organizations with that.
And I would recommend that they would come to your office to.
Yep, just handed her my business card.
Okay.
So we'll get together.
Perfect.
With that, I ask for your favorable consideration and close.
Okay.
Madam
and-
Chair, a quick,
yes, Vice Chair.
a quick comment. Thank you. Representative, thanks for carrying this language. It was discussed at length during our interim
It was.
committee
Mhm.
hearing, and I know there's a lot of people who are looking for us to move this forward, so
Yes.
I want to be helpful to you on this bill.
Okay. I'll come to the House floor tomorrow and talk to you about it.
All right.
Okay. And with that, you close.
Yes, ma'am.
And with that, Chair leaves House Bill 907 pending at this time.
Thank you all. Thank you.
All right, you ready? Okay, Chair lays out House Bill 1001 and recognizes Vice Chair Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow members of the committee, I have a bill that was brought to us as a result of some questions that the Secretary of State's office was getting. This legislation passed out of the House last session, and as the case of good bills, it just simply ran out of time before being heard in the Senate. House Bill 1001 clarifies how to memorialize a canvas requiring presiding officers of a canvassing authority to record the completion of a canvass in the minutes or in recordings required of the canvassing authority by Texas Government Code. Canvassing authorities are tasked with the official ballot counting for an election. The persons tasked with canvassing elections are party officials and county commissioner courts who often need help understanding Texas complicated election laws. This is a clarification from the Secretary of State's office, and thank you for hearing this bill. Hopefully we can get it done this time. I reserve the right to close. I don't know if there's anybody signed up.
We actually do.
All
We
right.
have a few witnesses. Okay. And Chair calls up Alan Vera.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on HB 1001. We understand the need for the bill. We understand the problem we're trying to solve. Our concern is that the combination of the Texas Election Code and the Government Code for canvassing not be applied to political parties. We are not ready to have political parties subject to the open meetings law in primary elections. We just want to confirm that that's not the goal here.
We can get the Secretary of State up. Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay.
If that's
Good
the case,
question.
then we're fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls up. How about Secretary of State? Get y'all up here to clarify that.
Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office testifying on the bill. In answer to that question, there is a different procedure for primary elections, so there's a different canvassing procedure, so this would not impact the way they record it. The canvassing procedure for primaries would go through our office where they would log it into our computer system.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions, members? All right. All right. Chair calls up Manny Garcia. Now you know how Glenn feels.
Manny Garcia, Texas Democratic Party, HB 1001, in support. Just a cleanup bill, and we fully support it. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? No. All right. Chair calls up John Busey, and it looks like does not wish to testify. So, and that is it. So with that, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Israel to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
Okay, sounds good. At this point, the chair leaves House Bill 1001 pending at this time. And now, chair calls up House Bill 450 and recognizes Rep. Fallon to lay out his bill.
Madam Chair, thank you.
You're
Saving the
welcome.
best for last.
You got it.
And, you know, a wise person told me, know your audience. It's late, so we're going to be quick. This is a 2017 bill, members. This simply allows voters, when they walk into the polls, whether they're in line or they're walking to the polls or at the polling location, they can use their phones. Now, they cannot use their phones to take pictures. They cannot use their phones to talk. Just like now, remember, yeah. But when you were in on the airplanes, they used to say you got to turn your phones off or the whole plane's going to blow up or something, right? You know, it's kind of silly, and everybody's like, and you'd sneak in your texts and things like that. Now they just simply say, please put it in airplane mode, and they do not care if it really is an airplane mode or not, so long as you don't talk on it. Mm-hmm. They don't care, and the planes don't explode. It's magic. So with this. Back in 1997, this bill wouldn't have made sense because we had cell phones, but they were just a cell phone. They were a phone. Mm-hmm. Now these things are your computer, they're your notebook, they're your calendar, your scheduler, your GPS, even your compass.
I hate it.
It's like my wife. I tell her it's like my external brain. Okay. People have lists of who they're voting for. In Harris County, we've got some Harris County people here. Sometimes they're voting for like 200 people or 200 different positions. What is the harm? There is no harm in simply allowing people to use their phone because that's where they store it now. They take a screenshot of it. Oh, they say, I got that email from my friend, and this has got my voter list, or they want to look something up on the website. Or let's say they are in line, and they're not sure about a certain judge spot way down on the ballot. Why? There's no harm in letting them use their phones to look it up online. So I'm going to do a committee sub because there's only 3-4 lines in this bill. And this is what it's going to say. So I want to be clear about the committee sub when I bring it back. A person who is occupying a voting station may use the person's mobile phone to access information on the phone while the person is in the polling place. That's what it will say. So it doesn't have to be pre-stored or anything like that where the original bill was written. I don't know why the Legislature Council had written it the
Well,
way
I
it
think
did.
the concern, Pat, is that if somebody is able to take their phone into the voting booth, then how do you monitor if they are told by someone, you better take a picture, a party person, and we want to see what your ballot is. Are we...
So yeah,
are we getting into a gray area?
Let me address that. Right now, people do sneak their phones into the polling locations. People do
But they're
take.
protected by the law, so they don't have to show them. So, I mean, right now they're not allowed to take their cell phones in at all.
They are not allowed to, but you can put them in your pocket. They don't want you using it. People do take them in, and they do take pictures of their ballots. Currently, right now. And as we know, murder is illegal, but still people get murdered. So what we're saying here is, if, let's say, for instance, I have my phone, I'm doing what I'm doing, I'm texting, I'm researching, and then I decide, well, look at that, I'm going to take a picture. If I take a picture now, under current law, or if I'm using my phone at all, they simply tell me you can't do that, please put your phone away. If you don't, they can have you removed because the election judge has the power of a district court judge. And if this bill were to pass, same thing. If you can use your phone as long as you're not talking on it or taking photos. If you start to talk on the phone and somebody says, okay, well, sir, you can't talk on your phone, please get off the call. They'll just get off the call. I guess if there's a concern with people taking a picture of their ballot, the screen nowadays only has 3 or 4 different positions on it. It doesn't include, I guess at the end when they have that confirmation, you could do that. But that would not be allowed. It's not allowed today, and it would not be allowed if this bill were passed into law. There's no difference in that regard.
All right, any questions? All right. In that case, you reserve the right to close.
I reserve the right to close, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, and Chair calls up Alan Vera.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Chairman. God, I hate to end on this note. Testifying against SB 450. The current prohibition against voters using mobile devices inside a polling place is based on the constitutionally protected right of every citizen to vote his or her ballot in secret. Nobody should be accountable to a union, to a party, or any political organization for how he or she voted, period. Anybody who's worked an election in recent years will tell you things get so busy, it is impossible for the staff to watch what every voter is doing every second that they're in the voting area. Today, every mobile device has the ability to record still or video pictures with a remarkable ability to zoom for visuals across considerable distances. Any mobile phone in use inside a polling place has the ability to record election workers, other voters, and yes, the actual ballots being cast by voters at adjacent booths. And the judges and clerks just don't have the time to be constantly scanning every voter. They won't catch it. The election workers won't be able to correct that conduct, won't have the ability to prevent a mobile device from recording another voter's ballot. What happens when a mobile phone, allegedly being used only to view a voter guide, has its audio on speaker and an authoritative announcer voice comes over that speaker urging everybody to vote for Bob? Now, every voter in the area will have heard that announcement. That mobile device has influenced the voters, anyone within reach. What can the election workers do then? Maybe they can tell the voter with the mobile device to turn it off, but it's kind of late. There's been electioneering inside the polling place. It doesn't take much imagination to come up with countless other scenarios where a mobile device active inside a polling place goes counter to TEC. Degradation of standards of conduct don't happen all at once. They start with one tiny first step. Then over time, important standards of conduct are compromised completely. Let's not take this first step. Let's not even take this tiny first step down the path that leads to voters losing their right to vote a secret ballot. Please don't vote 450 out of committee. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you, Mr. Vera.
Thank you.
The chair calls Chris Davis.
Madam Vice Chair, committee members, Chris Davis, Texas Association of Election Administrators. Oh, this is a tough one. The association is against HB 450.
Damn.
Personally for this. I feel you, Representative Fallon, but I'm in the minority in my office. My staff don't feel me. My association doesn't feel me, and I've got to represent the association here. I expect this is going to be deja vu for you from 2015, Groundhog Day. You're Bill Murray, and it's going to the same kind of testimony on this thing, and not a whole lot's changed from 2015, maybe a little bit, and that folks are using their phone more now than they were in 2015, and they're using it more for informational purposes. The concern of the association, I think, is that they're also using it more to photojournalize, if that's a word, or photo document their day, including in the polls. They're using it in replacement of their home phone, so they're always answering it or texting it and communicating with this device. We recognize you're right. The times they are changing on this, though. And the problem is that the unawareness of the law as it is now and is high, and the inconsideration, if this law were to pass or this bill were to pass into law, would still be high. And it's just the same thing you're going to hear probably from others, is just the risk, in my association's view, outweighs the rewards, and that they're still going to have to police behavior, and folks are going to take this inch and run it for a mile. Personally, I encourage you to keep bringing this back, and hopefully that awareness will decrease, and hopefully that inconsideration will decrease. But that's what our association is reacting to, is the behavior that we expect, that we've already observed in the absence of this law, of this bill and law, and it's where our association stands now.
Any questions of Mr. Davis? Let me relieve you of your guilt and say thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Well, appreciate it. The chair calls C.J. Grissom, who's registered for the bill, in case C.J. has come in. No. The chair calls Chris Davis. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just called Chris Davis. The chair calls Bill Fairbrother.
Bill Fairbrother, Texas Republican County Chairman's Association. We are for House Bill 450. We think it's time to catch up with the times. I don't wear a watch anymore. It's on my phone. My shopping list is on my phone. Everything's on my phone. The problem of any electioneering using the phone, I believe electioneering in of itself is illegal, and that can be prosecuted just as if you're telling people to vote or leaning over and verbally telling people how to vote. Since you are doing a committee substitute, you might want to give the Secretary of State power to do rules or whatever to fully implement it. The one comment I've heard is, am I looking at my cheat sheet or am I taking a picture? Election workers may not be able to see that, but I think we can train folks, and I think this bill can be made to where we can catch up with the times and allow folks to use the technology the way they're using it everywhere else today.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Any questions for Mr. Fairbrother? Thank you, Bill.
Thank y'all.
The chair calls Cindy Weatherby.
Well, we'll certainly keep this short, too. I am Cindy Weatherby, and I'm testifying as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas and myself in support of House Bill 450. We certainly believe that the time has come for this to take place, and appreciate Representative Fallon bringing this forward again. I know that the members of the committee who were here last session realized that this similar bill passed through the House, and as far as I can tell, died just for lack of time in the Senate. Our major interest in this, of course, is that we do provide that information, that nonpartisan information about all the candidates and information about the propositions. And we know that hundreds of thousands of people are looking at our voters' guide online, and more of them are looking at it on the mobile platform. Mm-hmm. We don't have the analytics for this last election, but from now forward, we will be able to tell how many people are looking at it on their cell phone versus on their computer. And we applaud taking this up again. We don't feel any of the issues that have been brought up are reasonable enough to not use it. People are wanting to use it. As previous speaker said, we live on our cell phones. I don't even remember my mother's phone number. We all rely on that for the information that is important for us to use when we vote. Thank you very much. Hope you pass out this bill.
Any questions for Ms. Weatherby? Thank you.
All right, what's next? Who's next? Who's next? All right, Chair calls Manny Garcia.
Manny Garcia, Texas Democratic Party, testifying for HB 450.
Good work.
I was concerned that I was going to spend all day and not fully agree with Representative Fallon on a bill, and we fully support this forward-thinking, common-sense 2017 bill. We could not be more supportive of it. We had a conversation throughout the course of this day about down ballot folks down ballot and lack of information for voters on folks down ballot. This is the way to solve it, and we personally believe this is the way to solve it that's a lot better than removing straight ticket voting.
You're like a fine wine. You're getting smarter as the day goes on.
Pretty certain it's as skilled as me.
Okay, we're getting ready to end this. All right, Chair calls up Tom Glass. Oh, wait, Tom Glass is not here, right? Chair calls up. Who?
Chair Lautenberg, may I speak for Tom?
Hold on. Where are we? Hold on a second. We are. If you want to testify, go ahead and just sign in to
May I? Okay. I
But you
tried
can't
outside.
talk. Just go ahead and sign in. John Busey. Chair calls up John Busey. He's gone. Does not wish to testify. All right. And Chair calls up Yanis Banks.
Giannis Banks, Texas NAACP, I'll be short. We are in support of the bill. We think it's a good idea. We have a lot of members, especially younger folks, who are using their phones. I think I've been sitting back there on my phone for the past 30, 45 minutes now. And y'all use technology on the floor when it comes for y'all to vote as well. I think we see the value in it. I do a couple radio shows, and I always recommend people to get the League of Women Voters voting guide because it is nonpartisan and impartial. It's a great guide to have. And I think a lot of folks, they want to just be able to have it on their phone. And there's some people who actually still think they can take their phone into the voting booth and use and say, well, I just put it on my phone. I don't have to print it out. And I've actually had some interesting arguments with people about, no, you can't do that.
This is kind of like a millennial thing, isn't it?
It's a millennial technology thing.
I know. Where's a millennial here?
It's more of a technology thing. I think everybody has to embrace technology. Once again, y'all have embraced
Well, I
technology.
wouldn't necessarily say that, but
Well, most people. I think y'all use it on the floor, even with Dropbox now, with getting your stuff to your committees and what have you. And I think we have to advance with the time and grow with the time. It can't stay stagnant. It just makes it so much simpler and more convenient. And, we like it. Once again, we do have a younger electorate that's coming up. And as we try to engage them, we need to kind of relate to what they do.
and where are they now?
They're smart.
This
They're doing
is
South
their
by
bill.
Southwest. So
I know.
yeah, they're having fun at South by instead of being here, unfortunately. So yeah, it's a good bill. We definitely appreciate you bringing the bill forward.
Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you. All right, Chair calls up, let's see, okay. So this technology keeps freezing up on me. We had a Secretary of State here for a resource. Does anybody have any questions for him? Okay, and I think we have one more witness to remain, to speak, sorry. One more witness remaining to speak, filling out the form. What? Okay, so we're opening it back up. And if you want to testify, anybody who wishes to testify on, for, or against, sign up. Got to sign up. Last chance, last call. A lot cheaper than Neiman's. As Ron will know, right? I don't know. Where's Justin? Justin, we're calling you. Our technology. As we're trying to get into the next phase here, We're having a hearing on a technology advancement with frozen technology. Pat?
Ma'am?
We can't move because it's frozen.
Hey, y'all can just all go thumbs up or thumbs down, and we're good.
Why don't we just do that?
Okay, we got two down, one up.
Okay. All right. We got to do it. We got to do it. Got to have the witness affirmation. Where's our guy? They can't get registered? Okay, it's okay. All right.
Can I call?
Yeah.
I already put it. No, I'm looking for something else.
No. We can't get the witnesses. It keeps freezing up.
Yeah. But it's not allowing them to re-register, to register.
Okay.
Does it make a difference on my iPad?
Oh, I thought this was right.
No, it's the main thing.
It's not, see, it says it's open, but it's not allowing them to register. Should try that. Thanks, Justin. We needed you to do that. Is yours still frozen? Is yours still frozen?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Also, could you maybe do a days longer? Doesn't time out.
I just did that right there. Sorry, I had 2 hearings going on. Back and forth.
No, you're doing awesome.
You're kind of. All right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've already done that.
Thank you, Justin.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank y'all for your patience. We're almost done. Thank y'all for being here and waiting.
You waiting on everybody?
It froze up. We had people who wanted to sign up to testify. We had a few that wanted to testify. Oh, I know. I got hungry. I know. Well, no, I thought we were doing soon. Call it. Okay, Chair recognizes Laura Presley. I don't need to have them all sign up at once. Sign up.
Thank you, Chair Laubenberg. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. Again, my name is Dr. Laura Presley. I'm a Travis County resident. I'm speaking on this individually and not for Travis County Republican Party. One of the things that we've migrated to over the last 2 or 3 years is that we have wireless connections in our voting locations now.
Oh, can you state your position on the bill?
I'm against.
Okay.
I'm against, yeah. So over the last couple of years, we've migrated to having wireless internet connections at our polling locations, and it is associated with the registration, how people come in and they sign in, and it's connected to the internet of the Secretary of State's office. So to have these phones that are massive technology, my background's computer technology. I have 4 U.S. patents on computer technology, and these phones can download a program. They could transfer that program wirelessly to the wireless internet connection that we have now. 4 or 5 years ago, we didn't have that, but today we do. And so that is a very big concern from a security standpoint, from a vote privacy standpoint. These phones are not just something they could take a picture or something they can provide a list. These are programmable devices that are very, very sophisticated. So I just want to, that wasn't said today, but we have wireless connections now. We didn't have them before, and your phone is a wireless device. You could download a program pretty simply if you had the know-how how to do it. So thank you for letting me speak on that. Any questions?
Any questions? All right.
Thank you.
All right. Chair recognizes Amy Powell.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
And state your name.
Amy Powell.
And who you represent.
Myself.
And your position on the bill.
I'm against.
Okay.
House Bill 450.
Thank you.
I'm a precinct chair, Harris County. I've been either a presiding judge or an alternate judge for the past 30 years on almost every election that we've held. And it's already difficult to keep ballots private, and my primary concern is the video and the phone and the camera feature. So it's very difficult. Additionally, like was already spoken by Ms. Pressler, camera or telephones are devices that would allow a hacking to take place. If somebody knew how to do that, which people do know how to do that. So anyway, thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Sure. Are there any questions, members? Okay. All right. Chair recognizes Katie, and I'm going to say it wrong again. Katya.
Gruna.
Katya Gruna. It's a pretty name, by the way.
Thank you. Katya Gruna, Green Party of Texas, and for myself, support the bill. I do understand the hacking situation, and we could go into that when we're talking about electronic voting machines as well. But I know having the ability to, like, especially if you're looking at, I've gone in several times and I do extensive research, and I've still gone in and had something on the ballot that I missed when I was doing research and I don't know something about, especially propositions, and wanted to look them up, but I can't leave the voting booth to go look it up and come back and vote in the middle of voting. And so, and also, like, I've forgotten to print out my voting list before and gone to the booth and can't remember what I was going to do. And so I'm stuck in a situation where I either have to just guess or I have to pull out my phone and hide it from the poll workers and check my documentation. And so I think it's, especially given that technology exists and we should be able to look at it while we're voting, but I do understand the hacking concern as well.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thank you. Okay, there are, last call. Anyone else who wishes to speak on, for, or against House Bill 450? And seeing none, then Chair recognizes Rep. Fallon to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to address some of the concerns that we heard. And, for instance, the audio electioneering issue. That could happen today in somebody's purse or in their pocket. If they're bound and determined to say, vote for Bob, at the right moment, they're going to do that program in their phone. They're going to put it in their pocket or in their purse, and they're going to say, vote for Bob. And I And I think it's going to have absolutely minimum effect, and they will be removed because you cannot electioneer within 100 feet, as we all know. I think the concerns, honestly, quite frankly, because I like to be candid and talk as if you're in my living room or I'm in yours, I think it's much ado about nothing. When this bill does pass into law, it will be a non-event in regards to any negative impact. What are we concerned about people taking pictures of exactly? Other people voting? That is public record that a list is published when you vote in a given election, number one. I don't think there's many space age secrets in there that we have to worry about the Russians getting interested in. If you are smart enough to hack into an election system, you are smart enough to do it from 100 feet outside the building. Let's be very honest about that. I'm not concerned about that either. Listen, vote. Ask the
it now.
Yeah, ask the voters. Voters are mad. And I bet you everybody up here has had people come up to them and say, why the heck can I take a list in with me to the polling place? It's against the law. Why would you do that? It's just my list that I want to bring in there with me. I had it on my phone, and they said I couldn't do it. And they usually do it in kind of a snide fashion, and it makes it even worse. This is inevitable. It will pass, whether it's this session or next or the following. It's going to pass because times have changed. And it's 2017 bill is when I laid it out initially. You don't have those expectations of privacy as well. And it is wonderful to bring together the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, and the Green Party, all in support of 450. I know, and I'm very proud to end on that note, and I want to thank everybody.
Well, don't you have a sub?
I miss you all already, and yes, I will have a sub for you next week, and I would love to have us vote on it. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Just,
Reynolds.
thank you. Representative Fallon, I know, so current law, you can take a list in there. You just can't take it on you. You just can't take an electronic device in there with you. So wouldn't your bill allow for the efficient use of we want to be more green, efficient, and saving paper? This allows paper.
We're saving trees.
We're saving
Representative
trees.
Reynolds. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
There's some peripheral benefits to this for sure.
No, there was no alcohol in the back. So it's getting late. Okay. All right. Any other questions, members? Okay. So with that, the chair.
I close. Thank you.
You close. Thank you. And the chair will leave House Bill 450 pending at this time. So now, the chair would like to bring up some pending business. We are going to vote on some bills, and hopefully vote out some bills. Now, understanding that elections tends to be partisan in many ways, I don't always expect to have unanimous votes on everything, but you have to move things forward to keep the debate going. So, members, you vote how you believe is the best thing for you in your conscience. And so with that, the chair would like to recall House Bill 25 by Representative Fallon, calls up House Bill 25. And members, this is Representative Simmons' bill relating to the straight ticket voting, eliminating straight ticket voting. And so, are there any questions? Okay. Chairman Larson moves that House Bill 25 be reported to the full House with a recommendation. Wait. No, I think we call the roll after that. We have to. That do pass and be printed and placed on the general calendar. That's it. We got to do that first. Okay, so clerk, call the roll.
Chair Lovenberg.
Aye.
Representative Israel.
No.
Representative Anderson.
Aye.
Representative Fallon.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative Swanson.
Aye. How many? Count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 2. 5 2. Okay, there being 5 ayes and 2 nays, the measure passes, and House Bill 25 will be sent to the general calendar. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so, Chair, oh, I'm sorry, okay. You know what? I made a mistake on the last bill. When I said House Bill, Chair recalls House Bill 25 by Representative, I said Fallon. It was supposed to be Simmons.
You said Simmons after that.
Did I say Simmons? Okay, did I correct myself
Yes, you
already?
did.
Okay, I just want to make sure for the record. In today, so, okay. Chair recalls House Bill 521 by Representative Schofield, and this bill relates to the cancellation of a person's voter registration on notice that the person has acknowledged that that person is not a citizen. So Representative Swanson moves that House Bill 521 be reported to the full House with a recommendation that it pass, be printed, and placed on the general calendar. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair Lautenberg.
Aye.
Vice Chair Israel.
No.
Representative Anderson.
Aye.
Representative Fallon.
Aye.
Chair Larson.
Aye.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative Swanson.
Okay, 5-2. All right, there being 5 ayes and 2 nays, the measure passes, and House Bill 521 will be sent to the general calendar. Okay, Chair recalls House Bill 1001 by Vice Chair Israel, and this is the bill that is relating to the recording of the minutes for local canvassing and general elections. It does not affect the primary. And Representative Reynolds moves that House Bill 1001 be reported to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass, be printed, and placed on, what do you want? Local? Okay. We're shooting for local. Yeah, this is Secretary of State cleanup bill. So, Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair Lautenberg.
Aye.
Vice Chair Israel.
Aye.
Representative Anderson.
Aye.
Representative Fallon.
Aye.
Chair Larson.
Aye.
Representative Reynolds.
Aye.
Representative Swanson.
Okay, there being 7 ayes, 0 nays, it passes, and House Bill 1001 will be sent to the local calendar. Probably the first one on it.
Yay.
Yay. Okay. Chair recalls House Bill 1462 by Representative Bonin, and this is the bill about dealing with the rolling temporary branch polling places and their hours of operation. So, Representative Fallon moves that House Bill 1462 be reported to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass, be printed, and placed on the general calendar. Are there any questions? Okay, Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair Lautenberg.
Aye.
Vice Chair Israel.
No.
Representative Anderson.
Aye.
Representative Fallon.
Aye.
Chair Larson.
Aye.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative Swanson.
Okay, there being 5 ayes and 2 nays, the measure passes, and House Bill 1462 will be sent to the general calendar. All right, Chair calls up House Bill 1639 by Representative Vo, and this is the bill that provides that at the primary polling places that information will be given out, notice will be given to the voters regarding their own party convention information, whether it's the precinct convention or their district convention, and Rep. Swanson, yes. Substitute, thank you, yes, thank you, end of day.
Okay, sorry, I was temporarily out of the room then. Doesn't this bill say that they may give it? It doesn't say shall?
No, there was a
Okay.
substitute.
Okay,
And-
what does the substitute
okay,
say?
You're right. Okay, so, let me get over there. That was 1639. I have to call it back anyway, so. You're right, he had a substitute. Okay, so first of all, let me take it back. Clerk, help me out on this one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to do the substitute. Hold on. Okay, at this chair, I recall House Bill 1639 by Representative Vo. And now I would like to lay out.
Who would like to do the substitute? Who would you like to?
I'll do Israel.
Israel.
Okay. And Chair recalls House Bill 1639 and Representative, okay, all right. Representative Israel offers the substitute to House Bill 1639.
Perfect.
And in his original bill, you're right, it said may, but the substitute, do you have a copy of the sub? You should have a copy of it. Yeah, he would have handed it out. Okay, if there is a question, we can hold off if that's.
Vote it next week.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
All right, let's hold off. We'll do it. We'll get it all cleared up. Y'all can look at it then. So in that case, I'm going to take back House Bill 1639, and I think that is it.
So we remove
Remove it. So with that,
Can I ask you, ma'am, before we close?
yeah.
I wasn't able to get House Bill 521 by Sophia. Who was the one that moved?
Fallon.
Fallon, thank you.
Representative Fallon.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to hold off on House Bill 1639. I think it's sub took care of everything, but there's some confusion, so we'll get that cleared up. So if there is no further business before us, the House Committee on Elections is now adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.